she arrives. So I'd like to call to order this meeting of the Hartford Selectboard on Tuesday, July 23rd, 2024 at 6 p.m. Our first order of business is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead us this evening?
I'll do that. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the honor.
All right, we have no liquor control board business, no cannabis control board business. Order of agenda, I don't see any changes to that. So our first item is public comment. We'll start with people in the room, and then we can hear from those who are joining us by Zoom. If you'd like to comment, please identify yourself and your town or village of residence. You will have 3 minutes to speak. If there's an item on the agenda that we get to later you'd like to comment on, please wait until that time. We ask that you address the select board as a whole and refrain from personal attacks. So we'll start with people in the room. Any public comment? Okay. Seeing none. Kim, are there any people on Zoom?
There are no hands up at the moment.
Okay, well, seeing that, we will end the public comment and go to select board comments and announcements. Kim, do you have anything to start?
I do not.
Okay, Brandon, anything?
No, thanks.
Mary?
No.
Sue?
No, thank you.
Elaine?
Thought about a lot this week. I know that we are not the school board, but there has been a lot of talk about in the town how there's so much lack of transparency and lack of accountability for the town itself as a whole. And I think it's fair to address this in at least from the select board side, in that when we parted company with our last town manager, anyone who took the time to watch the meetings of the select board can develop a pretty good idea on what transpired. I can't say, because it was executive session material, what the outcome was, but it was pretty transparent out in the public sector, what was taking place in the town of Hartford. That cannot be said true of the school board. And that's the difficulty I think that a lot of people are having in the town, is that we as leaders, in order to gain confidence, in order to have our people be confident in us as leaders, need to be able to at least give them some ideas of the decisions that are being made, or they need to be made aware of the problems and the realities and consequences. And I think that's not being done on the school board side. And that's unfortunate. But I certainly hope that the people can make the connection between, connect the school board to school board and select board to select board. As far as taxes go, I see a lot of complaints about tax bills this year. As people well know, I did not vote for the taxes this year. I was against it. I think we have a lot of undue spending in town. But we have to look at priorities in town. And if people have the priorities not being met that they're looking for, they need to come out and voice their opinions, and they need to vote. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ida, do you have any select board comments?
I don't.
Okay, and I do not have any select board comments either, so we will move on. Appointments, no appointments today. That brings us to the town manager's report. John, I will turn it to you.
Yes, thank you. It should be very brief. I'm pleased to report the town has hired John Hawks as its first communications and media specialist with a start date of August 5th. He will be reporting to the town manager and the HR director. At the select board's instruction, I have appointed a member of staff to serve as a non-voting member of the Hartford Committee on Racial Equity and Inclusion, H. Corey. And Tatum Barnes is very excited about the prospect of serving and making a contribution to H. Corey's important work. County Forester Alan Follinsby and Conservation Commission Staff Liaison Matt Osborne have offered to conduct an educational walk in the town forest for select board members. Please let me know if you'd like to be included for planning purposes. The Wilder Pedestrian Bridge, based on a report from Shaw Engineering, has been reopened, pronounced structurally complete and safe for use. So congrats to DPW leadership for seeing this important project through to completion. There will be a series of public meetings devoted to discussion of the water quality certificate that Great River Hydro will be seeking in a number of towns along the Connecticut River. And the Connecticut River Conservancy has put out a brochure explaining that there will be several presentations in host communities in the upcoming weeks. Here in Hartford on August 7th, 2024 at 5:30, the Wilder Hydroelectric Project will be discussed at the Hartford Area Career and Technological Center in White River Junction at 5:30 again. And there is a webpage at the Vermont Department of Environmental Conservation with more information for people wanting to know more about the water quality certificate that Great River Hydro needs to obtain in order to continue its operations in town. In terms of SIGACs, I can briefly summarize by saying tax bills were mailed out for the fiscal year 2025 on July 12th. The finance is working on fiscal year 2024 closeout and audit preparation. The assessor has met with the state property valuation and review department to review our revaluation process. Fire department reports that on July 10th, in response to a memorandum of understanding with Vermont Emergency Management, provided a swift water rescue team to service areas of Vermont during a recent storm. Deputy Chief Zora, Captain Jack Hedges, Lieutenant Troy Collins, firefighter Rick Colburn, firefighter Sean Spencer, and PFF, probationary firefighter, Gabrielle Poole, deployed to Barry at 9:30 on that night. They navigated through the storm to answer rescue calls at Barry, Groton, and Lyndonville, Vermont. Against the floodwaters, they stood together and rescued over 24 individuals and pets, ensuring their safety and well-being. On July 13th, Hartford, Hanover, Lebanon, Heartland, and Plainfield fire departments responded to the Connecticut River for swimmers in distress. The swimmers were recovered safely by the Hartford team. With one of the recent storms, rivers present significantly dangerous areas for recreation. Debris, strong currents, and runoff present health hazards. So they advise the public to avoid rivers that are swollen with stormwater until they return to normal. Later that day on July 13th, they responded to Kilowatt South for a woman who was trapped waist deep in mud at the edge of the bank of the Connecticut River. She became stuck while retrieving her dog. Both were assisted by the fire department and were safe and did not require medical care. I'd like to point out also that and acknowledge the very significant contributions and sacrifices that firefighter and captain of the fire department, Michael Whitcomb, and his family made for 20 years, from 1993 to 2013, during Mike's service on the Hartford Fire Department. Mike was laid to rest today with members of the fire department very well represented. The town clerk's office is in election mode in advance of the state primary to be held on August 13th from 7 to 7 at the Hartford High School Gymnasium. The town manager, the environmental sustainability coordinator, And members of the Energy Commission have been meeting with engineers from Oak Ridge National Laboratory to discuss the potential for a networked geothermal district in White River Junction. Hartford is receiving 40 to 60 hours of technical assistance on this project through the Department of Energy's Clean Energy to Communities program. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. Questions for John?
Do you know what the current status is of parking meters in downtown White River Junction?
I don't, but Lori Hirschfield was here. I think will be here again, accessible for that question. I know that there was an initial goal of this summer, and I think that maybe remains the goal with a possibility of a little bit later in the summer. But Lori would be the best source for that.
Thanks.
Other questions for John? All right, thank you, John. Sure. Okay, our next item, we've got folks here from the Vermont Agency of Transportation. We're gonna have a local concerns meeting on Bridge 73. So I'll turn it over to the people from AOT. They wanna pull up their presentation. I believe they have a slide back. And just we'll listen to you as you present the slide there, and then let you know if we have any questions.
Awesome. So I'm Laura Stone. I'm the scoping project manager at AOT. We're here to talk about the bridge on Hartford Ave, Bridge 73 on US Route 5. I just want to stress that we're at a really, really early stage of project development. This project has been programmed, and we're really in like the information gathering stage. So we're really, really early on. We don't know if this is going to be a rehabilitation or a massive rehabilitation or a replacement project. But before we evaluate the alternatives and kind of decide what we want to do here, we wanted to come and talk to the community, find out what the community's concerns are with the project, and really we want to hear what the community's needs are for this bridge. It is a state-owned structure, so there are no local funds involved. It's 80% federally funded, 20% state funded. But I know this is a massive structure in Hartford, and we really just, the purpose of this meeting is to hear what your needs are for the project. So if we can take them into consideration in our project, we can do so. So we've brought HNTB on board for the scoping and design of the bridge. So we have Josh Olin here from HNTB, who's actually going to give the presentation.
Yep.
Josh, can I just interrupt? Will you grab one of those microphones?
Yeah, I can either move over. We just do that too. Perfect. Thank you. Glad to be here, everybody. So I have the presentation up here. I've already gone through introductions. Laura and myself here to kind of give the presentation. So there's a lot to talk through. I know we're still in that early stage, but we do want some input and we want to provide context for what you're about to provide input on. So I'm going to walk you through just a little bit of background on the project, what we see as the purpose of the project, some of those purpose and need statement type of words, and then try to walk through the site constraints, likely alternatives, and how we're going to go about construction here. So starting right off, the bridge location, I think most people in the room are probably familiar with it. It's the Route 4 and 5 bridge across the White River, a little bit upstream of Bridge Street, a little bit downstream of the I-91 crossing, but right here in downtown, literally right around the corner from here. Wanted to walk through the existing conditions just so everybody's aware of the magnitude of this structure and some of the shape it's in. It's a nearly 1,000 foot long steel girder structure built back in 1968. So it's coming up on its 60th birthday here soon. And as Laura mentioned, this is owned by the state of Vermont. Looking a little bit more towards the actual conditions. So every 2 years, the state goes through and does inspections of all the bridges across the state, kind of on a regular cycle. In doing so, they try to rank on a 0 to 9 scale the condition of various elements that are more prominent. 0 being basically you can't use the bridge at all, it should be closed, all the way up to 9, which is in immaculate condition, probably brand new structure. In the latest inspection for this particular bridge, we can see the deck was ranked a 6. That's that concrete surface that the cars ride on. The superstructure being the girders, the railing, things like that. Again, those horizontal elements was ranked a 6. In the substructure, being those concrete supports, we're ranked a 5. So we're kind of all middle of the pack, decent condition, but getting to that point where between the condition and the age, some type of work's probably warranted. Additionally, that inspection looked at the deck geometry and ranked it a 4 for poor. Could have been from narrow shoulders, could have been from how it interacts with the intersections. It could have been a variety of items. Additionally, it ranked or identified a few things that are substandard compared to when it was built 60 years ago, things like the railings and the guardrail, et cetera. So these are all just little data points for us to start collecting and take with us along the evaluation process. The roadway itself is classified as a minor arterial. And with that comes different standard widths for lanes, shoulders, et cetera. The bridge itself carries around 6,000 vehicles each day. It's expected to grow maybe 10% over the next 20 years, but right around that 6,000 marks, we just know what kind of traffic we're dealing with. And we understand that there is a paving and restriping project coming across that bridge at the moment. I think construction has started. So we're also aware of that happening, which is literally reducing the number of lanes on the bridge from 4 down to 2. And adding in some bike lanes with some buffered space to separate the bikes and the cars. So we know that project is ongoing and is something we're considering as we move the bridge project forward. I want to take a slightly deeper dive into some of the existing conditions. I won't dwell on these, but I will note that we picked some of the worser looking condition photos just to emphasize that we understand what some of the needs are. Some of them look maybe a little bit bad at first glance, but I would point out that none of these are structurally imminent. If something was actually wrong, we'd be out there fixing it instead of sitting here just talking about what we might do with the bridge. So I kind of walk through some of these. First one, just looking at the side of the bridge, you'll see some of the railing is not in the greatest shape. Some of the concrete curbs got some spalling. Underneath the bridge, we can find a couple areas where there's some isolated concrete that has popped off and exposed the rebar there. Coming back to the top here near the bridge ends, there's some expansion joints that allows for that thermal movement to not bind the bridge up. That's what those expansion joints do. And we can see that they're a little bit misaligned today. So it could be kind of a plowing hazard, things like that. Some occasional potholes. There's some paint distress underneath that's protecting the steel from rusting. So you can see the paint is flaking and the steel beams are starting to get a little rusty. At the abutments, which is those end supports, we can see again, there's some concrete failure. There's some rebar being exposed. This is where those expansion joints leak water down and all the salt kind of just concentrates right there. And it's not great for the rebar. Another picture, a little bit tougher of a view, showing some of the areas of the concrete popping off. Here's a location where one of the bearings supporting the girders is getting a little bit undermined. And another example too. And again, we're picking some of those worst case locations just for emphasis. And then finally, one of the piers, again, one of the worst case, you can see there's some concrete popping off down along the bottom of the shaft there that would need to be addressed to keep the bridge in good health. So with that said, we know what the bridge is, we know how long it's been in service, we know some of the issues associated with its structural condition, and we drafted up what we would consider a draft purpose and need statement. And a purpose and need statement is really the kind of the defining goals of the project. They help guide the project direction, help us understand what to evaluate, and really are that point that helps us evaluate and weigh odds, weigh constraints against one another to come up with a solution to move forward. So for a draft purpose here, we're looking to provide safe and equitable crossing for all modes of transportation over the railroad and White River that meets the needs of the traveling public. It's really just trying to provide that safe, equitable crossing in the same place. Some of the needs that we've identified and want to hear more about today are address the structural deficiencies, some of those ones we just shown, extend the service life of the crossing, and this is one of those kind of more vague and generic type of criteria that we're looking at, because we don't want to pinpoint or hone in too fast. But then we also want to make sure we're addressing things like the bridge railings, the approach railings, and the girder paint system. These are just absolute needs that we don't want to ignore and let the bridge to continue to deteriorate as well. So that's that draft purpose need that we'll come back to and can continue to clean up as we gain more information and inputs. So we've got that draft purpose and need. Now we need to start figuring out where should we go with this project. And one of the things we wanted to do with this one in particular, given the magnitude of the structure, was actually understand a little bit more about the concrete. So perhaps a couple of months ago, you might have seen some lane closures out there. We actually had crews out taking samples of the existing concrete to understand the condition that it's in to help us with our evaluations. So we've actually received 18 different cores from across the structure. We're going through and analyzing those to understand their strength, what their chemical properties are, and what type of service life might be remaining within the concrete itself. So that's just one little piece of information to help us that's unique to this project. But also, as we go through and trying to define alternatives, we need to understand more about the context of what's around the bridge rather than just what's the condition of the bridge. So we start looking at different things like I'm showing here on this screen, understanding there's robust intersections at each end with pretty good sized signalized systems happening. There's also a good profile grade coming across this bridge. It's relatively steep, especially at the northern end, the down slope end. There's a pretty good right-hand turn that's about 12.5% grade. So it's pretty steep. Something to consider as we start thinking about traffic control and going about construction. What we don't see on here are some of those buried utilities that get in the way, the drainage network that needs to be considered, and really all the natural resources that we're still collecting information on, whether it's wetlands or the White River itself. As we continue to look at what we're dealing with and how we can go about construction, we need to recognize that this structure is actually split in two halves. You might not notice it driving over the bridge itself, but there's actually a strip right down the middle where the bridge is physically separated. So we have two separate structures that we're actually dealing with here. And that plays or weighs into some of our decision-making process about how to control traffic and how to go about construction. We also see that the two halves of the bridges are not geometric, or they're not symmetric geometrically. We've got a 27-foot roadway on one side, a 26-foot on the other side. We've got a 5.5-foot sidewalk, or 5-foot sidewalk rather. Again, all these things just weigh into how we think about going about construction. And then, of course, with a bridge of this size being so high off the water and having railroad tracks, we need to look at how we're actually going to get physical access to the bridge in order to maintain it or rehabilitate it. So this is just a quick color coding, just to give an example. Areas in green there are generalized conceptual ideas of where perhaps we could access the bridge from. We've got the railroad tracks shown there and kind of highlighted a purplish color, just it's a known obstruction. We can't use that space. We have to keep clear of it for trains. And then kind of a weird orangish brownish shade there, just to know steep topography. It's just quite the feat just to get down those hills, just to access the piers in the first place. And then last, kind of looking at the overall site, we always consider hazardous waste sites as well. You can see a few of them speckled around the area. Luckily, there's nothing too near the bridge, but we need to take a closer look at what these dots represent and how widespread some contaminations might be and how that could weigh in to the project as well. So we've got an understanding of the condition of the bridge, some of the constraints around it. We also have a design criteria, just some of those geometric things that we're trying to set in stone to help guide us. So things like a 30 mile per hour design criteria as we look at what type of geometric requirements we need to put forward. So all of that boils into us trying to shape what alternatives we think we should look into. So we've identified 4 that we think we should look into as part of this project. Certainly want to hear some concerns to see if there should be little subsets or changes to any of this. But those 4 in general are no action. That's something we look at on every project. We simply defer the project. Perhaps not the greatest idea on this particular one. There do seem to be some maintenance needs that are required within the next 10 years. So we do think probably the project should move forward. We're going to be looking at rehabilitation or preservation, which would extend the service life of the bridge for about 20 years roughly. A deck replacement, so replacing that entire concrete slab on top and all the railings and sidewalk to go with it. That's probably about a 35 to 40 year design fix given the age of the structure. And then all the way up to a complete bridge replacement, which with today's standards, we'd be looking to get another 100 years out of a new complete replacement. Oops, wrong button there. So stepping through, looking at the rehab, just some of the things that we'd be touching. We would be fixing up those joints. Those finger joints that I mentioned are a little bit misaligned and starting to create some issues. We'd be looking to fix the curbs and the railing replacement, bring up to current standard, get rid of some of the concrete that's deteriorating. And we'd be taking a hard look at the deck itself. There was a patching project that came through about 6 years ago. I don't know if anybody remembers that. I actually have a picture in a slide or so. We'd be taking a really close look at that to understand what they did versus what we think we need to do. And then we'd also be looking at the paint system underneath the bridge. Even when you get past that, though, the rehabilitation goes further down into the supports. I mentioned we did some concrete testing. We've been going out and actually what we call concrete sounding to understand how much we need to patch the substructures to continue their service life. And then we'd be specifically looking at those bearings as well that link the girders down to the support to understand what we need to do. So with a rehab, we're touching almost every single part of this bridge and across the entire bridge itself. So there's a little bit of fix everywhere on this bridge. Deck replacement is a little bit self-explanatory, but in doing so, as we try to replace that concrete topping that the cars ride on, we would be looking into a few situations such as perhaps removing that median island out there and making the two bridges one. That'd give a little bit more space on the bridge, a little bit more flexibility in pushing cars around during construction and so forth. We'd also be looking at perhaps widening out the deck slightly, getting a little bit more in those overhangs, maybe making a little more space for a sidewalk or a shoulder or whatever else it might be. So we would be looking to make a little bit of improvement geometrically with a deck replacement, but we are somewhat limited in the grand scheme of how this bridge is set up. And then, of course, we'd be looking into a complete replacement. As I mentioned, this would provide a structure that's 100 years for design life. It would meet all of today's current standards and functional needs in doing so. We'd probably be looking to drop a number of girders, have some reduced maintenance costs associated with that, with today's coating and protection systems, and then perhaps even make the bridge a little bit shorter. We might be able to pull it away from the intersection slightly. The end spans of this structure cover a little bit of additional ground out there. You can see in that lower right image. The girder is only several inches above the ground for quite a few feet out there today. Not sure the reason why, but that's the situation that's out there. And then also in doing so, we might have an opportunity to reduce the profile grade on that bridge and make it a little less steep. I'm sure everybody's aware of the actual just natural terrain out there getting across the river, and we do have an active railroad that we have to pass over as well. So there's not tons of opportunity to reduce that steepness, but we are going to be looking at that as well. So as we go through and evaluate those criteria, we also have to consider traffic control impacts. We can't just not think about that in terms of how we weigh these options. But as we look at this and the low traffic volumes and the bridge width, there are opportunities. I mentioned back in 2018, there was a deck patching job. That's that image you see here from Google. Essentially what happened was 2 of the 4 lanes were closed to traffic while they did their work and cars used the other lanes. We could have that type of opportunity here as well, depending on what type of solution we want to move forward. That and with those existing signalized intersections, we can use those to our advantage to help control traffic a little bit as well. So there are some opportunities for us to reduce kind of the headaches associated with traffic control and projects. All that boils really down into 2 options. First one being a full closure of the bridge and detouring traffic, or even a partial closure. I shouldn't have said that. With the bridge being so big, it could be a partial closure to a single direction of traffic, for example. That's one option. The other option is phase construction, something like you see here, taking advantage of the bridge width as we move it forward. If we were to look at a detour, the likely detour would utilize I-91. It generally parallels Route 5 anyway. If you can see the little images up there and the detour length, basically it adds roughly 4 miles to your detour, depending on which way you're going, roughly 7 or 8 minutes of additional travel time if you're going from specifically one end of the bridge to the complete opposite end of the bridge in a round trip. That is for cars. As we look at pedestrians and trying to control them across the river itself, we do have the adjacent Bridge Street roadway as well. It does go underneath this railroad underpass, though, that we see here in the lower left image. This does have a restrained vertical clearance of 12'3", which is why we wouldn't sign it for cars. But it is a nice place for pedestrians to be able to get underneath the railroad and then across the river thereafter. So this would be the pedestrian detour we'd be looking at. All that said, I know Laura mentioned we're really early in this project, just kind of on a fact-finding mission. We've laid out what we think are the right alternatives to look into. We know we have some data collection to continue moving onward. But really what we're focused on right now is that data collection and how that shapes our alternatives for an evaluation. Once we get through all those evaluations, once we've collected all the information we think we can get our hands on, we will come back and actually have a meeting to present the recommended alternative. From that point on, we'd complete a scoping report, move the project into a design phase and start working through the NEPA process or the National Environmental Policy Act. Start getting all of our environmental commitments and permits and any sort of necessary right of way if there is any, and then keep on moving from there with the design. Right now, the schedule we're working with is to have that design and permitting phase wrapped up, say by 26, 27 maybe, and then move into construction thereafter, which could be anywhere from 2 to 4 years, just depending on what the solution is that's moved forward.
Yeah, can I add to that, actually? If we go with, say, a rehabilitation alternative, that's something that we probably want to get into construction sooner than later. If we go with a more robust, say, full bridge replacement, that might not enter construction for another, say, 6 years or so. And so that will be kind of dependent on what alternative we choose to move forward with.
So with that, we really are looking to get some public input on this bridge in general. I've got a few thoughts up there that might spark some interest in different input you might provide, whether it's about the project as a whole, if there's safety concerns, bikes or pedestrians, truck usage, whatever it might be that comes to mind. We are looking for input. So I appreciate the time and welcome the feedback.
Any questions? Lynn?
Your third slide under existing conditions.
Mhm.
Can you go to that, please?
To count into them here. Right here, there.
No, go back. Be the third existing condition slide. Go back one more. Nope, back one more. No, it's gonna be the third.
So
It's
here's
the third one. It's
1, 2.
It's the one that shows the, yeah, right there. That's it right there. Explain to me why it is that this layout is going to be like this, because that's what we're looking at on our hill up here that they're just redoing, and it's causing a lot of strife in the community. What is the idea behind doing this? I mean, I understand that we have sidewalks on either side of this bridge. And we could theoretically do away with one sidewalk on one side and still maintain 2 lanes of travel in each direction. When you're looking at traffic getting off on the other side of the river, we have a lot of traffic that turns right to go towards West Lebanon and a lot of traffic that goes up the hill. But with 1 lane, you're going to be backing people up so they won't have the opportunity to turn right when they have the opportunity to. So it's going to make that much more backup on that bridge of traffic.
Mhm.
Why are we doing that? And then the same way on the coming across the bridge, you won't be able to turn left going into downtown. I don't understand why we're doing away with 2 travel lanes on either side of the bridge, particularly when we have heavy traffic in the morning for school and the afternoon for school. You know, that bridge and the consequent Route 5 that goes up the hill, Route 5 that goes up the hill, sees a lot of traffic. And this is what the folks at Vermont DOT are doing to the hill. And I don't understand why we're doing it to the hill, and I don't understand why we're doing it here. What is the benefit of this?
So to my understanding, and this is part of a separate project from our roadway, either our roadway or paving section. And to my understanding, this was to create a shared use path within the existing footprint of the bridge. They were trying to make it more friendly for bikes. Without the knowledge when this project went forward that this bridge was going to be programmed for a project. And so that is something we definitely want to hear. If the town is interested in keeping 4 lanes plus shared use, that is something we could accommodate with a full bridge replacement, probably not with those rehabilitation alternatives, but that is definitely something that we'd want to hear about.
No one, I don't believe anybody approached us. I don't remember it about doing this for the hill. You know, I don't remember it having come before this board, but I mean, but also I don't understand why it is we have to have bike lanes on either side with the minimal amount of bike traffic that we have across there. I mean, we've got 2 extremely wide sidewalks on that bridge.
Only one.
What really only need 1.
There's only one. There's only one
Yeah,
sidewalk on
there's
the
only
bridge.
1, it's 5 feet wide.
On There's not one on this
Just
downhill?
Just the
one-
Only
downstream.
one, okay, well, I'm sorry, on that one, yeah, I'm sorry. On that sidewalk, yes.
Yep, and
But
I,
why, I don't understand the reasoning behind going in this traffic layout.
yeah, and as Laura mentioned, it was a kind of an ongoing project that was coming through that was separate from this bridge project as well, and we're trying to coordinate and understand a little bit more about it ourselves. I will clarify, I'm showing just a very simple snapshot of the lane configuration in this image up here. The bridge is 1,000 feet long. I'm showing something that was taken near the middle. As you approach the intersections, those bike lanes taper off to allow left and right turns at the intersections to help out with some of those traffic management situations that you're mentioning.
Kim?
Yeah, I had a question, but if you're addressing some of this,
One,
you go ahead.
when we heard, do you remember the discussion around road diet? That I think it got discussed more about coming down from the roundabout to the bridge.
Yeah,
where they
that
were
was
gonna
in that
reduce-
section, but
Yeah,
I don't
and
remember it being part of this.
going
hill.
up the hill. I mean, specifically, I don't either, but I think that is just kind of a continuation of that road diet is what I.
Yeah, that was,
suspect.
yeah.
I remember that.
But, and I do have another question, but, how, first of all, John, this would be a great, thing to add to that list of our new communication specialists for just making sure that the public is aware that if they do have thoughts, that they have opportunities to share them. And then, I guess the other question would be, how, so if this is the very beginning of the process, like, will there be another public input session?
So I would say we'll come back to give the alternatives presentation meeting. I'd have to look at our schedule again, but probably about 4 months. There's some internal process and we have to come up with the draft scoping report. And so this is really the public input process right now before we make our decision. But there's definitely, if the town wants to hold more public input, I don't know, gathering, we're happy to get your comments and concerns, after the fact.
Thank you. I think it would be beneficial because I think from my experience and from what I've heard from others is that we'll have something like this that feels very preliminary and feels very long-term. And there's kind of, it's the introduction of it. And then it often feels like the next time we hear about it, it's basically like, this is the plan, or this is the recommended plan. And then the municipality kind of feels obligated to, okay, I guess we're going with it. So if there is any opportunity for there to at least be one other, like before decisions get made, even if it's, this is the direction we're thinking about, I feel like it would be beneficial because that pattern seems to, we've got a lot of projects that I think that has come. That's good for me.
Barry?
Yeah, and my question is probably on other people's minds, in the back of their minds, is with the flooding that we're having, is that going to decrease the amount of time that, I mean, we've got a lot of bridges, that's going to impact the levels that you were talking about from 0 to 9 and the timeline that you have. I mean, I'm thinking to myself, 100 years for bridge replacement, but if we have flooding often, as we have in the last 5 years, is that going to, are our bridges not going to be 100 years anymore and before they're replaced, or the repairs, the maintenance? It just is kind of a thinking in my mind, that people are thinking into the future because now they've had exposure and experience to a lot of flooding.
Yeah, so we design for the 100-year flood, and we take into consideration the 500-year flood. We also, if there is a structure that's susceptible to scour, we calculate those scour depths, and if scour mitigations are needed, that is definitely something that we consider.
Point border, what's a scour mitigation? What's a scour?
Scour is when the water's coming through fast during a storm and it's washing away all that material in front of the foundations of the structure, and then you get you get scoured at holes underneath the foundation, depending on how deep that goes. And so it can undermine a structure and there can be a failure that way. So it's just something we take into consideration.
Thank you.
Sue?
So I want to make sure I understood what you said. Were you saying that we could hold a meeting for people to come with questions or concerns, but you all wouldn't be here? I hope I missed something there.
So that was supposed to be this meeting. But yeah, I'm happy to come back.
Okay.
Yep.
Because I don't know what any of us could say to their questions, so we're gonna need somebody who's more involved, I think. So thank you.
Yep.
So it does seem like one of the things that we can do to help, and perhaps our new communication officer can do this, is to make this project more widely known, I think, around town, and solicit input, because it sounds like at this point, given the timeframes, given, you know, you've still got tests to do to come back for, you know, different alternatives, getting a sense of what it is that people are looking for, the public wants, would be of help to you as you move forward.
Yeah, and I wouldn't wait too long.
Sure.
Like, I think that's the kind of thing that probably in the next month or so, we should be gathering concerns and questions,
Mhm.
etc. Again, we might not be able to address all of those concerns or address all of the needs, but certainly, you know, we want to know all of them. So if we can address them,
Just to follow up on the traffic pattern, like, so with the paving project that's going on now, when that is complete, way prior to your project, would we expect that whatever that traffic pattern is likely to be, like, so for example, if this paving project, I don't know what the schedule is for them to finish the bridge, but if this is a big concern for folks, that could be another opportunity to address it, even though it would take several years to do. I guess my question, sorry to be more succinct, do you anticipate that whatever the traffic pattern is, once the paving project is done, would be the paving project, or how it would look when it was refurbished or replaced?
not necessarily, no.
Okay. Because like, that's something that people like input on, I guess is what I'm saying. So if this is the only opportunity for that, but we don't know what that traffic pattern is going to look like yet, people have thoughts about that. I think that would be an important like opportunity for public input.
I don't.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I think I'm just curious, so you have, like, given the contextual information of your context of other projects that are similar and what you know about your budgets, are you leaning to, like, are there a couple options that you think are most likely, just to help inform our, like, discussions with community members? I mean, it sounds like no action is probably not going to be one of the options, but
Yeah, this is an interesting case because usually we have an idea of how we want to proceed. With this one, it could go anyway. I could see this as being a minor rehabilitation that we get out the door quickly, or we go forward with a full bridge replacement, maybe shelf the project for several years, and then, you know, let the bridge kind of use some of its remaining design life left, and then go with the full bridge replacement. So I really, yeah, it's up in the air.
Lanny?
Yeah, how much does the railroad have for buy-in on this? Because their tracks are underneath it. I mean,
in terms of how the project goes, I would say pretty little. We have to have railroad agreements for working over the railroad, or working over their right of way. But in terms of whether we go with a rehabilitation or a replacement, I don't think they have say in that.
just, you know, you talked about decreasing the length of the bridge by 80 feet. I'm just wondering if there's something you can incorporate with the track system. Or, I know it's maybe pie in the sky thinking, but with a tunnel or something to get it even lower. I don't know how many tracks there are that go underneath that bridge, but the less material you have to put over something, if you could incorporate a tunnel situation into that, it would cut down on the amount of structural steel into it. maintenance wise. A little bit of thinking and a little bit of cooperation between railroad and state of Vermont on that might be something to collaborate on.
Good comment.
So I mean, this is the end of the day, this is an AOT project, right? It's funded by the state and by the federal government.
Yeah.
Like, if we have like an overwhelming consensus amongst the public, like, is that gonna, I mean, how much sway do we have at the end of this? I mean, if we're like, everybody wants a new bridge, it's just not money, I mean,
Yeah, so that's an interesting question. So, you know, if the town said, yeah, we're happy with the width how it is, we might be leaning more towards a rehabilitation. If we get overwhelming support for a wider bridge, that might have some sway. That might have some sway with us, even though it is a state bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah, we definitely want to hear that feedback.
Sorry, just one more piece. Oh, it's a public comment too, but what is the best way for the public to share input with you outside of this meeting right now? Like a specific contact, do you have?
Yeah, I think email. John has my contact info.
Okay, so if that can be part of the press release or whatever the.
Let's have one more quick question.
Oh, Randy, and then we'll hear from.
I know it's early in this project, but at what point in time would you be able to provide cost figures? For
Zero.
different phases? I know, but I mean, it matters to people because I know it's not our money, but it is our money because it all comes out of the same wallet. Okay, so at what point in time are you gonna be able to provide prices that people can say, you know, this is gonna affect me? It doesn't matter what people say. Taxes come out of everybody's wallet, whether it's school tax, state tax, federal tax. I get tired of people saying that, no, it's not paying for it. We are paying for it. So at some point in time, you're going to have budget numbers available for this stuff. I think that's important to present to the general public as well.
Yeah, so we'll have that towards the end of the scoping report development. I mean, I can say this is a large structure. If we're looking at a full bridge replacement, we're probably looking at $60 million, $70 million. I mean, it's not a small structure.
And is that something the state is committed to take on if it should be the choice of everyone? Is the state willing to spend that kind of money on a bridge over the river in town Hartford?
Yeah, so that goes back to sort of like the design, the project timing. If we were going to invest that amount of money into the structure, we'd probably hold off on the project for longer and then you know, use up some of that design life. But yeah, that's definitely, it's on the table.
Okay. We got a lot of bridges.
Could you just identify yourself?
Thank you. My name is Larry Rogers. I live in Wilder. I've been here since '75 and been over this bridge plenty of times. I'm sure a lot of you have too. On the northern end of that bridge, a lot of you probably have noticed over the years, about 50 feet back from that intersection, from Route 14 back up, that if you're sitting there waiting at a light, if you ever notice traffic coming behind you, the bridge bounces. I mean, I would hope this would be taken into consideration of the rehab project, if it goes that way, to be taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Further public comment?
Hi, John Hafner, White River Junction. I cycle across this bridge multiple times a week, and I'm looking forward to the repaving project and the new traffic layout. Also, in addition to that, I think taking into consideration, you mentioned the joints and the misalignment. I think so. I know the repaving project probably won't address those, but as you're looking forward into this new project, I think those also really impact the ability to cycle because of the way the misalignment there. And I think another thing to just point out for people who maybe haven't ever walked that bridge or cycled that bridge, it has some incredible views that I think that if you took away if you did some traffic calming on that road, that is being done in this repaving project, you may see more pedestrian and cycling activity on this road. And I think that would be a benefit to the whole town. So excited about the slowing down of this corridor. Thanks.
Thank you, John. Any other questions or comments before we wrap this up? Colin?
Colin Butler. I want to go back to the very first thing that was brought up by Lanny about the lane configuration and the reaction of the public to the change on Schoolhouse Hill. I was absolutely flabbergasted the first time I came down through and found the changes that were being made. There was a sign way back by Cumberland Farms saying road configuration. It was a warning saying that there was a change. So I guess I should have known something was going on. I didn't want to criticize that because it seems like providing better accessibility for bikes is something that we should be trying to encourage. At the same time, there's been a lot of comments made by people in the public about the difficulty that they foresee when school is in session and people are coming up Schoolhouse Hill, trying to make a turn across a bike lane and a no man's land strip to make a turn into the schools, snowy conditions and so forth. And I'm thinking that it may be a year or two down the road that we realize that that configuration just doesn't work. And I would hope that whatever we do in the replacement or refurbishment of this bridge, where you've got the same lane configuration extending across the bridge, and I suspect you're going up the hill towards I-91 with the same idea in mind, or where the new roundabout would be constructed. We're giving up 4 lanes of highway traffic for 2 on Schoolhouse Hill. It sounds like that's under consideration or already planned for going across the bridge. I've already noticed that it takes longer to get on and off the bridge with the new configuration than it used to. And I'm across that bridge 3 or 4 more times a day. Sometimes I'm on 91, most of the time I'm on Route 5. And so I'm back and forth there quite a bit. And the timing of the lights is poor, both at the top and bottom of the hill. And traffic is piling up on the bridge, trying to make the right-hand turn headed towards New Hampshire. And we're all basically in one lane, or we will be in one lane. There's only one lane going across towards Route 5 North now, where there used to be 2. And maybe it's not going to work out. And if it doesn't work out, I'd hate to think that we've invested a lot of money in the redesign of the bridge deck to accommodate the bike lanes, and it doesn't fit what we're doing or what we realize later on we have to do. And the only other thing that comes to mind as a concern is every once in a while, there's a problem on I-91, and Route 5 north and south is the alternate through this area. And so if local traffic is finding the new configuration challenging, and all of a sudden we've got strings of tractor trailers and I-91 traffic running back and forth through Wilder Village and down into White River Junction and across the bridge, particularly during the time that the bridge is being rehabbed or rebuilt or replaced, that should be taken into consideration as well. And that might have some influence on whether we actually can survive in a 2-lane environment where we currently have a 4-lane road and a 4-lane bridge. Thanks.
Thank you, Colin. Any other comments or questions before we move on? Seeing none, thank you both very much for coming in. We'll make sure that we tell people to get their comments to you. And
Why
we'll
don't
wait
you
to
give us your
hear back.
email address?
I will. So it's laura.stone@vermont.gov. Also on that last page of the presentation, there was a link to the external project website. And so that's a site that Tonight's presentation will be posted on it tomorrow morning, and the public can just go, and all future presentations will be up there.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next item, we're going to hear a developer remarks on Sykes Mountain Avenue housing projects. I think Lori's here. We have a couple memos.
Yes, I think Lori is going to make a few introductory remarks if
Yep.
she's here. Sometimes she monitors us from upstairs in her office.
I saw her walking.
Yeah, she was just
Okay,
out
so
there.
she should be here in a second.
Yeah.
See me on?
I don't see.
Did you press the wrong link?
Just trying to get the memos.
I think she's just trying to get on Zoom.
Presentation
up.
Sorry about that. I thought I had it up. Hey, you know.
I can do it, Nick, if you want. Yeah.
Well, good one. Are you at it?
No, I just
Do
made
the
you a panelist.
presentation?
I just made you a panelist.
Oh, okay, all right.
I'm happy to share my screen if you want, but you can.
Why don't you go ahead and do that? Might be easier.
Okay, should I just go ahead with the memo, like starting with the,
And so Lori, I think we all had a chance to look at the memos. This seems like this is informational, some background information
Yeah,
on.
I do wanna
the
give a little
project?
bit of
Okay.
an introduction so we have it, so just to let you know, as you know, the planning commission and CBA recently actually approved, an application for 240 units of housing, and that's at the intersection of Hickory Lane Hickory Ridge and Sykes Mountain Avenue. And there are two conditions on that, and there are two separate reports to the select board so that you could deal with them independently as well. So just to kind of let you know, because for some people, I'm not sure if they're aware of the jurisdiction that this is falling under. So normally you would not see applications from the planning commission, but because they relate to roads and the water system, those are things that you as a select board have oversight on. So that's the area in which we're focusing on this evening. All of the other decisions about a site plan approval and all of those are within the. I think that's me. Okay.
No, it's Liz.
No, it's the one.
Oh, okay. All right. All of those items are within the jurisdiction of the planning commission and the zoning board, and they have gone ahead and made their decision. And they're coming before you this evening as the applicants are wanting to have some additional information from you as to thoughts about it. Do you have any concerns about it? This is kind of the first level blush on it. And so in that.
So Laura, there will eventually, it sounds like.
Yes.
After this informational, after some, we share our thoughts, there will be formal requests made to the select board.
Correct.
For these two items.
Correct. Right. And Chris Halsworth is here from DPW, and Joanne Els is here as our zoning administrator to help address any questions that may come up regarding this. So, and on that remark, I'd like to hand this over to Kevin Warden, who is the representative for the company. And you might have some other individuals here you want to introduce as well. And then they'll give you some more information on the application.
Whoever's likely, you can go up to the microphone if that works. Just introduce yourself.
Just very quickly, my name is Dennis Marquise. I've been with the Simpson Companies for about 35 years. For those of you that don't know, the Simpson Companies have been actively involved in the town of Hartford for probably over 40 years. We've developed 4 major communities, residential in nature, developed the Alcott Industrial Park. We also developed a office complex. So about 10 years ago, as Wilder was fairly well built out, we did see a piece of land on Sykes Avenue, and we went ahead and acquired it. And 2 years ago, we assembled a team of professionals to see what could be done on that property. And it was a 2-year process. We did get unanimous approval from the ZBA, as Laurie had mentioned, and from the Planning Commission to move forward. And so we're here tonight because there's a number of conditions that we need to satisfy, mostly technical in nature, but the 2 conditions are we need to get your buy-in for this project. And the 2 buy-ins that we're looking for, one is to allow us to realign the intersection of Hickory Ridge and Sykes Avenue. And part of that realignment means closing off a small section of it. We did that in response to a lot of comments from the neighbors who really, that was their only concern. They did not want to see traffic from our project being spilled into their network of roads. The second buy-in that we're looking for is because of the height of the upper buildings, we need to get water pressure, both for domestic and for fire flows. To do that, we need to develop a water pump station. So we have designed a water pump station that will service the project. The issue becomes for us is that water pump station needs to be owned by the town. Now, we understand that the town has rules in your water and sewer ordinance that says they can't add additional burdens to the town. So what we're proposing to do is to work with the town's attorney, the DPW, and our team to craft an agreement that is acceptable to the town that would allow them to own the system, but basically it would be paid for outside of the taxpayers.
And that's still in development.
Well, the design is done.
Okay.
What we're hoping for tonight is to walk away with a preliminary blessing that says, go ahead, meet with DPW, meet with the town's attorney, let BlackRock's attorney meet with them and see if we can't craft a set of agreements, easements for the roadway, and whatever agreement that we need to craft to make sure that the town of Hartford is not additionally burdened by this water pump station. And if we could walk away with that tonight, then we can gather up the troops, come up with all the paperwork, come back to you and say, here's what we've crafted. Is this acceptable to you?
Thank you. Lori, does anyone from the town have more on this one? Is Chris, you have any input?
If you want some comments, so basically with the roadway, basically there's two ways to go about altering a highway. It's by state statute in our ordinance. One is a 5% petition of the public, and one is for you to initiate it and to make a motion to move forward with accepting the altering of the roadway. Low details, it was through the process of the neighborhood off of Hickory Ridge that doesn't want to be a cut through, is a cut through, has no commercial activity on it, and doesn't want to be subjected to the higher traffic. That the hammerhead at the end of the existing one was determined. We have preliminary agreements in place with them to maintain an access for emergency vehicles and for maintenance vehicles, that they will actually be responsible for making sure before our guys show up, it's unlocked or we can unlock it ourselves. And they would be providing a public sidewalk through to Hickory Ridge. So residents will still have a safer path to walk, dedicated path off of Hickory instead of the shared roadway that they currently have. So that's one issue. With the water system, with the state and our growth center, the available parcels for development of more housing, which we sorely need, is very limited in the town. This was previously approved for a booster station in the 80s. It sat dormant. It came back up. This is the effective way for them to develop it and bring down the development cost and get a greater number of units. It's within the cooperation that we're entertaining it. Our stance is that it's basically an extension. The state has changed the rules and the laws with regards to water systems. They really want us to own and control all extensions. Within those rules, we've referred to them as past as consecutive water systems. Within the rules, we're allowed to say, okay, we're going to allow you to do it. We're going to maintain it, operate it, know that it's safe, but we're allowed to come up with memorandums of understanding where they're financially responsible for the additional cost and burdens of the system on the town. So they'll be responsible for the electricity. They've developed a 20-year lifespan capital plan for it, maintenance, repairs, all that kind of stuff. That's all going to be covered underneath this. So technically speaking, this isn't supposed to cost the town existing water system users any more money. They're not going to be subsidized in this project. So it's with that understand that they would like to move forward and develop these in written documents for blessings.
Brian Dennis.
Okay, so we'll Sue and then Brian.
Brian's a public. Okay.
Is there an alternative to what is being proposed here that would get the project built? In terms of the water?
With the water,
Yeah.
highly likely to never happen with the state of.
Okay, I thought so, but I just wanted to be clear that if we want this housing, which is a pretty desperate need, growing more desperate every day, this is what we need to do.
This is the only solution that has been
Thank you.
identified.
Let's hear from Brian, DPW.
Go ahead, Brian.
Hi, everybody. I just want to reiterate a lot what Chris said. We had a meeting with state officials from the water division, and to really move this forward, as Chris mentioned, that consecutive water system. I mean, this is not ideal for us to have to take on this large of an extension, but to keep housing and moving forward, we realize this is what we need to do. So we have to work forward with the developer. We just need to make sure that, you know, the pumps that are put in, the systems in there, our operators are trained, and we'll work with them going forward with it.
Thank you, Brian. Lenny?
So we're talking about a pumping station, but we're not talking about a holding tank? Or are we talking about a holding
No, the
tank?
site doesn't lend itself to a holding tank.
Okay, so within this site plans we've got here, where's this pump house located at?
It's down at just off the entrance to the left of the development.
So it's not shown then?
It shows.
On what? Oh, next to the
I see,
turnaround right there, is that?
That's right. Yeah, it's a white
Next to
box.
turnaround, okay, so, okay. And what is the actual change in elevation from Sykes Mountain Avenue to the top unit that would be up on the hill? What is the actual change in elevation? We don't have a topographical map here to show us.
Anyone? Just identify yourself.
Hi, Kevin Warden with Engineering Ventures, civil engineer for the project. And the elevation's about 70 feet, 70 to 80. And I really don't have much else to add. I'm happy to answer questions, but Lori's memos and the commentary tonight have been very thorough and comprehensive.
So you're gonna run what size line up to that? I'm
It's
just
an
curious.
8-inch line.
It's gonna go up the top of the hill?
Not quite the top. The buildings are sitting below the very top on a plateau. And I'll just amend or add to say that the water lines in Sykes Mountain have a lot of volume capacity, a lot of flow, and it's just the pressure that we need to add. And that just has to do with the atmospheric pressure that the system has based on where the tanks in the town are.
No, I understand. And what is the flow rate you're looking to get out at the top of the hill to supply to everything?
Yeah, we've got two criteria. We've got the domestic flow rate, which is several hundred gallons.
Several hundred meaning?
Yeah, I'd have to go back through our basis of design memo that we've shared with the DPW. I think it's around 100 gallons per building for domestic peak. And then beyond that, we also have to be considerate of fire flow as well.
That's what my next question was gonna be. What sort of fire protection is there? Is there hydrants up there?
Yep.
We're gonna put in?
Yep, we're proposing 4 fire hydrants that have been coordinated with Chief Peltier or Fire Marshal Peltier.
And those are indicated on the drawing somewhere?
They are. They're at basically the 4 corners of the parking lot. So there's 4 buildings at the top. Between building 1 and 2, that corner, there's a hydrant, and between the buildings 3 and 4, there's a hydrant. And then at the other far end of the parking lots where the access drive meets the parking lots.
And these will be able to supply at least 1,000 gallons a minute?
That's right.
Good.
Okay.
I presume that even though this is only addressing the whatever 192 or 194 units up top, this same water system would be able to supply that other 40 something unit development as well?
It's not required to. That will tap off of Sykes Mountain Ave.
Okay, and the I guess I'm also curious, so will this actually generate more revenue for the water?
It will generate more revenue.
Like the
yes.
town will still receive
We will receive
the
the
water
full,
bill.
the water bill for the normal operation, and then we will receive the additional base fee for operating that particular parts of the system.
Okay. I think that's my only question.
Brandon?
Yes, thank you. I heard that that the maintenance, the long-term maintenance of this new system would be paid for by the developers somehow.
Well, we will develop a base cost that is applicable to this property, a special assessment, so to speak. Like you receive on your water or sewer bills, a base cost, right? A base fee. Theirs will be different to cover these costs. And it will, within that base cost of what it will do, it'll also fund a capital improvement plan for the property based on a 20-year cycle.
I see. So you sort of predict replacing the whole works every 20 years, and that's the
correct. Some things, certain things will be replaced or repaired sooner. So they're developing a plan that anticipates those, so it's adequately funded at those times.
Mary?
Yeah, You may have answered this before, I just can't remember. This project, will it require more staff in any way for the water department? Will it put more pressure?
They're currently working on a plan to integrate it into our SCADA, which is a little outdated on this particular SCADA system, to limit the amount of time that our staff actually has to do station checks in person on it. But again, any additional costs for that station, it's paid for by them.
Thank you.
I guess I'm just looking to find out what it is that you're looking to get from the board tonight, because
Well-
there's no actual motion on the table.
Well, they're
Just-
looking for some positive feedback that it's worth, you will let them move forward with it because it's an extension of our system. We'll have to enter into a memorandum of understanding it in a legal sense for their fees and for the maintenance of it.
I guess that's the $1,000,000 question, is that we don't have that to know what that will be moving forward. So I would
Well,
say, yes.
the next step, you'll be provided it.
Right.
It's just,
Yeah,
if you were
no, I
to
know
say
that, but I
absolutely
mean-
not today, then
I understand that.
they would have a total,
Do you
different.
know what the time frame would be from getting this initial information, sort of thinking about it and asking questions, to when we might have a formal sort of request for something in motion for the board? I mean, you may not know. but-
Well, there is a 30-day minimum period of time that it has to be noticed to the public.
Gotcha.
And so we need to come back to you maybe in 2 weeks, maybe beyond that point, for you to actually initiate that 30-day period. So it really is when we can pull that trigger. And it's all dependent on having a good amount of scoped out work and answering those questions so that you can pull that trigger. But you don't have to have 100% of them at that time, because it is just, it's announcing a public hearing, saying it has enough merit that you
Mhm.
want to put it into the public hearing process.
Gotcha. Okay.
Brian has his hand up again, and then I have one more comment.
Okay, so let's hear from Brian.
Go ahead, Brian.
I do want to, this will create additional work for the water division, over time. Training is going to be key. I don't think you'll see initially, in the first several years, you knock on wood, you're gonna have all brand new components and piping will be in the ground. But over time, it's the long term where you would see, will we need another operator? And these are all things that we still need to work out in regards to getting the capital cost and staffing and whatnot like that. But when this thing gets up and running, it will add, additional labor, and issues to the water division for that. So I just want to make sure that everybody understands that.
So, Kim and then Lynn. That's yeah.
Kim, a little more comment than
Yeah,
me.
well, are we not, so are we dealing with a separate, like, we're just talking about the water part, and then we're doing a separate discussion about the roadway, or can I?
They kind of both got
Yeah.
brought up at the same time, so,
Okay.
I mean,
If-
we've been
I mean-
talking about the water, the booster station, but people have questions or comments about the road.
Are you gonna ask a question about the road? Because I have one more
Go
about
ahead.
the water.
Sure, go ahead.
So after the system's put in, we'll accept ownership of it and maintenance of it, correct? Is that how that works? Okay, so it'll be on the Hartford taxpayer dollar to maintain the system after it's put in.
The ratepayers.
We are going to have a memorandum of understanding with a different base rate for them to actually
And
cover
you said
those
that 3
costs.
times, but you still haven't really defined what that is gonna be for cost to taxpayers
They are,
or system users versus the actual
That's not-
property.
that's the whole
Yeah.
point of the memorandum of understanding, is that any additional cost created by this project will be paid by that development going forward.
Over a period of how many years?
They get a different base rate forever.
We'll see when we see the MOU.
Okay, Kim, I'm sorry.
Kim, go ahead.
I mean, I just wanted to say, first of all, I'm preliminary feedback is very much in support of both of those. And I would say that I was at most of the planning commission meetings when they discussed it, including the roadway, and that did involve a lot of community commentary that seemed to be supportive of the the solution that they came up with. So just for some background on that, unless anyone disagreed, I mean, that was kind of my impression, was that they came to a solution with the roadway that was amenable to the surrounding neighbors.
Yeah, just to follow up, that was, yeah, something I was curious about, because I mean, it does look from the map that there's still access to that road by that parallel road that's sort of also off of Sykes, but next to that one. I mean, I guess my question would just be to like make sure it's, and maybe this has already been done, I know it's only a handful of houses, but that there's like full consensus on that road closure among those people that live on Hickory Ridge, yeah.
Everyone affected gets direct notice when you give the public notice for the alteration.
Okay, yeah, I mean, it sounds like their input was gathered, so.
And there is one primary landowner on Hickory Ridge who's very much in support of, there are not many landowners actually on Hickory Ridge.
Any other questions or comments? Looks like there's enough consensus, I would say, on the board that we will get the updated final sort of proposals to us, start that 30-day notice period.
Just one question I have. So this whole memorandum of understanding that we're going to get, how much staff time is this taking to get all this put together?
Substantial. It's a substantial additional burden for.
This is one of the
staff to
problems that Kim has brought up in the past.
envision and articulate. and document.
This is one of the problems I think that Kim's brought up in the past, is that we did away with impact fees. All right, some long time ago. And impact fees would help to cover a lot of things that we're facing going forward before this project even gets on to, off the ground, and covers a lot of these things, such as all the staff time devoted to this. And it's
impact
costing us
fees
money.
can't go for that.
Fees can't be.
Well,
spent on
I know they don't go towards, but it all comes into the town coffers, and the town coffers end up helping to offset these things. I just see that it's costing us a lot of money before we even break ground on this thing, the taxpayers.
This looks like a substantial amount of necessary housing, and so I understand that there are costs associated with it. Kim?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for impact fees for whatever reasons, but also like when people say to the town of Hartford, what are you doing to increase the housing stock? Like, this is one of the things that the town of Hartford can do to increase the housing stock. And there's a new housing development position coming into the planning department that is specifically for things of this nature, I think. So this is a way that we can increase housing.
I don't deny the need for this, and I don't deny the fact that this is a project that should go forward. My concern is the cost to other taxpaying individuals within the town of Hartford for this one project to go forward.
And that's where we advise Chris and the town attorney to be sure that the memorandum of understanding fully captures these costs
Brian,
for years to come.
Okay, Brian, if you'd like to make a comment.
Well, I just think, Lanny, to your point is that, just think of what this is going to do to the grand list. So I think even though, yes, you're going to have upfront costs now, over time, though, it's going to add to the grand list, which would then also help with taxes, property down the road. So yes, you have an upfront cost now, but I think you'll get it back in the long run.
Thank you, Brian. Any other questions, comments? Brandon?
Just a quick one. You mentioned the base is increased for these properties. Who now is that going to affect the users of water paying their water bills? And if so, is that the residents, or is that the owner of the larger development?
The developer will have one owner, as I understand it. These aren't condos, these are apartments.
Okay, so the individual residents are not going to be paying the water bills. It'll be included in there. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon. All right. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. We look forward to seeing where this goes in the future. Usually we take a break at 7:30, so we're almost there, or we're a little bit ahead of schedule. So I say we take our 5 or so minute break. And when we come back, we'll hear about the community safety study report. So we'll catch everyone back here in 5 or so. Everybody ready? Are we back? Nick, are we on? Oh, great. Okay, our next item is to review and discuss the community safety study report. So we have the folks from Strategy Matters here. It is our intention at some point, either at an upcoming board meeting or maybe at one of our listening sessions, to try and get the public to come in and just focus on that as well. After we've had some opportunity to digest it, but otherwise, you have a report and we will turn it over to you.
Great.
Thanks very much.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm Liz O'Connor, this is Josh Moulton. He'll be introducing himself in a moment, but I just want to get us started. We're going to try not to take it personally that the room clears. Those of you that are remaining can share anything you take home by way of interesting information. So we're here to give you our nearly final assessment of community safety. And as many of you know, we were brought in almost, I guess, 9 months ago, last October, with a mandate to go and take a picture of the sense of safety that the residents of Hartford feel. So we have, Josh will talk a little bit about the method that we used to do that and what we learned. I want to just let you know sort of our orientation to that. We wanted to get as broad a representation of Hartford as possible. We were committed to working with a committee of people, at least one of whom is here. Scott is here. Hello, thank you so much for joining us. We had a committee of 7 people that helped us, and John was really extremely helpful as well, as were your public safety officials. So we had a lot of people joining us to help us do this work, and we did a variety of engagement methods to take the temperature of folks in town regarding community safety, including even zeroing in on what people might mean by that term, community safety. We learned a lot, and we're going to share what we learned, and then we're going to share what we make of it. And we want to invite you to make some meaning of it as well. And so to that end, and with the understanding that this meeting is necessarily going to be confining our time, we put up some posters on the wall. Questions: what might be missing in this assessment? What else would you like to know? What else is missing, or concerns you might have? Anything else? And then what next? What would you like the town to do next with what we've learned? Because this is really information for you to use and for the rest of your town leaders to use. So we hope to catch your thoughts tonight, either by the microphone in questions and answers, or on these posters, or any way you really want to reach out to us. So we're very interested in hearing more from you, but what we're going to share with you tonight is about 6 months of work, basically. I think that's it. To the posters, the only other thing I'll say is you all have Post-its and pens in front of you, so please use those to give us your thoughts and reactions. And with that, let me turn it over to Josh, who's going to tell you what we learned.
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Josh, a consultant with Strategy Matters. Nice to be here again. I think this is our 3rd or 4th trip up here. Nice to make the trip up 91, usually for me from Amherst. So thanks for having us. Wanted to talk a little bit about what we used as engagement methods and where we landed. So to begin, we had a group of Hartford community members that served as part of a process management team. And these were folks that we sent out a letter at the beginning of the process through some community channels with help from John to alert folks to the process that we were undertaking and ask them if they would join us and help us think about different groups of Hartford residents and how to reach out to those individual groups. So we had 10 people that ended up sending us letters of interest to participate. We thought, there's no reason for us to, draw any arbitrary lines around membership. So we invited everybody to participate. We had 7 people that for logistical reasons or personal reasons ended up staying with us for the duration of the project. And these folks, including Scott, were really helpful in, helping us do things like populate a list of local resources that we might reach out to, including nonprofit organizations doing various types of social services, as well as the public safety departments. So we had a series of about 10 meetings between 60 and 90 minutes long with this process management team that helped us kind of put together our engagement strategy. And where we ended up with the engagement was to have a community survey that went out. During the process of reaching out to folks, especially through different nonprofit organizations, we tried to gauge interest in joining things like focus groups and interviews. I think we we struggled over the course of the process, I think, in a lot of ways to get the level of engagement that we would have liked, particularly when it came to things like conversations in focus group settings or interview settings. We're able to interview 5 people. Most of them were, some of them are here tonight. Public safety folks were part of the interview team, as well as a special needs resource center or special needs support center. Thank you. We spoke with somebody from there. The survey ended up having about 318 responses, which is about 3% of the population. And through other engagement methods, I think we were able to work with about 20 more folks. So one of the things I think that was kind of a disappointment, we had a scheduled engagement, several days of engagement, which was when the block party was canceled for weather reasons. We also had a couple of town hall offerings that happened the following day that ended up having pretty poor attendance, I think, because of weather. So we were kind of frustrated a little bit by a few things like that along the way. Where we ended up with was somewhere around 350 total people engaged over the course of the process, not including members of the process management team. So, you know, for us, when we're looking at numbers and a population the size of Hartford, we would like a little more, but that's frankly not far from what we commonly see in processes like this. So engaging somewhere, I think, between 2 and maybe 5% of the population is something that's pretty common for us. I think something that's maybe important context for this as well is, you know, when we're putting together surveys like this, they're pretty different from something that would, you know, count as like a rigorous scientific study. In particular, we have a lot of really open-ended questions on the survey, right? So some of the things that we would be looking for if we're doing a scientific study of a particular issue in a certain population are things that don't quite apply here. So what we're really looking for is to engage with folks until we feel like the further engagement is just giving us kind of duplicate responses to things that we've already encountered. And so I think we started to meet that threshold, you know, over the last month or so. So that's where we are now. I think we would really like to think about today as just another engagement opportunity. And if this kind of sparks interest on the part of folks that are viewing online, Mr. Hoyt had mentioned that there might be further public comment periods. So things like that, you know, we would love to kind of see what more comes of things like that, because those could be folded into the final report when we prepare the final report. What we wanted to do now is just kind of share where we've landed so far. So again, what we're looking for in data collection is somewhere where we're finding kind of like an equilibrium point in the types of responses we're getting. So we're sort of getting more of the same types of things that we've seen already collected. And that's really where we found ourselves right now. So I wanted to share the trends that we're finding. And then based on those trends, we put together a couple of recommendations that Liz will go through. So again, in terms of the data collected, I think, you know, while we would have liked a little bit more in quantity, there was really good representation. You know, we look at things like socioeconomic distribution of the community, race and gender, sexual identity, those sorts of things, gender identity, and try to make sure that the data we're collecting is a pretty good mirror of the diversity that we're seeing in the community. So we're pretty happy with how that came out. We had really good representation, with one, I think, pretty notable exception is that we didn't really have any responses from Latine people, from Hispanic community members, people that speak Spanish. So that was one place that stood out to us as a bit of a gap in the data that we collected. Otherwise, I think we're really happy with the representativeness of the data in terms of being a good representation when you look at the demographics of Hartford and the demographics of our response. So we felt pretty good about that.
Also, just to point out, by village. So we had representative numbers by village. Bigger villages had more participation.
Right.
That would be representative.
Yeah. So what did we learn? So here, I think it boils down to a couple really important insights. So the first is that generally, most of the people that we engaged felt really quite safe most of the time in most places, right? I think that really is the headline. From what we heard, most people are feeling pretty safe in most places and at most of the time. And when people were asked to talk about the things that helped them to feel safe, there were 3 categories that really rose to the top. The first was having a sense of belonging within a supportive and engaged community. So people talked a lot about their family and friends, feeling comfortable and like, you know, understood and included in the local community. Those things came up very frequently as contributors to people's sense of safety and well-being. Another thing that came up repeatedly was the idea of having a great police force. So they would say things like, we are interested in having present police that are both proactive and fair and respectful. There were definitely several, not a lot, but several, and I think it's important that we just kind of put it out there, that had kind of the inverse reactions. I feel less safe when I see police. There were not a lot of people that had that view, but there were some. And it's important, I think, in a conversation like this to kind of highlight the fact that that sentiment is out there. Yeah.
Can I interrupt you for a second? One of the things that I had a concern for when we went into this whole community safety process to start with is the clear defining of what people think public safety is. And I'm just curious if you actually asked people what they considered the term public safety meant. Because that's why I had some concern about it, because public safety, when you put it out there on the blanket statement, it always comes down to police. And that's what I wanted to know, if people felt that in terms of public safety, there was more to it than just police. Or people, or was the perception of people that you spoke to, was that purely about police? I'd really be interested in that.
Yeah. So I would say in Hartford, public safety was interpreted to mean almost everything but police, actually. Which, and as you all, some of you were there when we interviewed, my background was in policing. Josh and I have done a ton of work with policing. That was part of what we thought we were bringing to you, actually, was, you know, the ability to help you navigate the police relationships with community members. We had to press people to talk about policing as part of their concept of safety because of the other things that were rising up. And Josh will get to this in a slide in a minute, but often on the threat to safety, we saw things like street lighting. The street light on my street is out. Or in a couple of cases, and this won't be news to you, noted persons of interest that are living in your community and people are aware of them. So I live on a block, there's a guy who is dangerous on this block, that scares me. So again, not about a police response or general feeling about divided opinions on hot issues. Again, not news to any of you, but whether that is a low barrier shelter or a war a world away, the divisions in the community are causing the type of conversation that is jeopardizing people's feeling of well-being and safety. And so a very broad conversation about safety. And I would say we had to almost work to refocus it and say, well, how do you feel about your first responders?
Okay, that's great. That's great.
So, but I think some of your questions will be better answered by some of the data you're going to share. So
I think actually this second point right here, I think we had this open-ended question, you know, what does safety mean to you? And, you know, without any prompting about, you know, public safety departments or police or fire or EMS, there was no prompting like that in the question. It was just, what does safety mean to you? And the types of things that people brought up were, you know, a sense of belonging in a supportive community, well-planned and maintained infrastructure, and yes, a police force, but a particular type of police force. A police force that is present, is proactive, is perceived to be fair and respectful. So people were, you know, a police force came up a lot in that question, but with some characteristics attached to it, which, you know, I just outlined. So present, proactive, fair, and respectful, I think would be the way that I would put that. But you know, that wasn't the top response. The top response really was about this, you know, kind of feeling of being in a community of people that cared. So we also asked people to talk about, you know, in cases where they're not feeling safe, what's behind that? So the types of things that came up there, I think, interestingly, filtered out into these four kind of categories. So when people talked about things that challenge their sense of safety, they would talk about some super specific things related to town infrastructure. So, you know, sidewalks and lights and insufficient lighting that they were worried about, accessibility of certain parts of sidewalks in certain parts of town, like really specific kind of concrete, literally concrete in some cases maybe, you know, types of infrastructure considerations that were things that people were concerned about when it came to safety. Then, as Liz was talking about just a second ago, there were also some cases where there were like some specific concerns about the criminal legal system and its various limitations, right? Like I have somebody with a really worrying history living in my community, and there just aren't any tools available to help me deal with this because they're not doing anything illegal now, but I just really feel unsafe. They've made threatening remarks and I don't know what to do about it. And there aren't any tools to help me. So those types of things came up a bit too. They weren't the dominant trend, but I bring them up because you could feel kind of you could feel the person's concern, in some of the comments that they were making. So I think it's important to air that. And then I think maybe the two categories that really came up a lot that were sort of a little bit nebulous maybe in some ways is this. The first one was sort of concerns related to people in the area who are struggling with homelessness, substance use, and mental health challenges. And the concern there had kind of like two different polarities to it, I guess. On the one hand, there were people that were concerned about the safety threats that were maybe, went along with having people who are unhoused, having people that were struggling with substance use or mental health challenges, thinking, are they posing maybe a safety risk to some people in the community that we're not addressing properly. And then there were other people, sometimes the same people in some cases, who are worried about those people and their well-being themselves. So on the one hand, we have this community of people that are unhoused, are struggling with substance use and mental health, and we're worried about their well-being and what we can do as a community to support them, and also worried at the same time about safety risks that they might pose. Things like, finding needles in playgrounds and things like that were types of comments that would come up occasionally in the survey.
And I think important to note, many people care about both of those things, right? Many of us in this room care about both of those things, the well-being of those folks and the impact of populations of people who don't have what they need, whether that's for health or housing, being in the community and having some opportunity to create havoc in other ways, right? So, and I don't think it really is, it would be important to say that many people care about both of those things at the same time.
Yeah, good. So, and then the last thing, and Liz touched on this a minute ago, was like a concern that as a nation, perhaps we're in a moment where there's really heated and divisive rhetoric in our public conversations. People are very heated about their positions politically and on social issues that overlap with political positions, and the heat and intensity of some of those positions is kind of coming through in interpersonal relationships in the community. And that came through, I think, in the survey pretty clearly as well.
Yeah, as well as in the public, interviews and focus groups and so forth.
Yeah. So I got my eye on the time here and want to make sure that we have a chance to kind of go through the recommendations and then have a little bit of time to interact. I have a little bit of a kind of zoom in on some of those four themes that I just talked about. So the one about, concerns about town infrastructure, some representative kind of quotes. I'll just read one to you. The town feels built around cars. It's difficult to send my kids out and about unattended on their bikes. Lack of sidewalks beyond the roundabout on Route 5, inadequate lighting and walkways. Those are the types of things that were fairly common in that category of infrastructure concerns. That's kind of the flavor of a lot of those comments. And then Liz, again, also talked about this a little bit, and I did as well, this idea of the criminal legal system and its limitations and ways in which people are feeling a sense of threat, but there's not really anything that they can do about it because the person's not breaking the law. So worry about guns being fired in town and people carrying guns, those kinds of comments kind of came up a bit.
What drove that one? I don't understand what drove that.
The guns?
Yeah. Are we really, Chief, are we having that kind of a problem in Hartford?
Yeah.
I think it's more related, Lenny, to people who shoot in their backyard and they have neighbors. And
Okay, I know what
we're
you're
not
talking
talking
about.
about.
I know what you're talking about. though.
Yeah.
It's a small town, right? Probably everyone knows the same story.
This was not really like a worry about shootouts in the street. This was more like there's guns around and that's making me feel uncomfortable. And it might be legal, but I still don't like it.
So because we're such a small town, isolated incidents draw much more of
Sure, absolutely.
Weight. Okay, understand.
Also, you'll notice the victim notification was mentioned there. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, we're kind of out of order anyway, but it was part of my thing. Guns make me feel unsafe. So.
And I remember a couple of years ago, someone coming and, they have a right to their feelings as well.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was clearly present there, those, the kind of variety of responses that you're talking about here.
Also, I just want to say, I think in our experience, the national news has local impacts. So when you read about somebody getting shot in a Walmart, an unarmed person getting shot by a cop in a Walmart or a security guard in a Walmart in Indiana, that creates fear in Hartford. And so while it may never have happened here, and maybe I hope there are better gun laws here. In fact, I know there are better gun laws here than in most parts of the country. Depends on New Hampshire, Vermont, but New England, I should say in general. But you don't have the same kind of gun violence that people are hearing about on their nightly news. And so your reaction is right. It's like, why are they saying this? Well, because the national news has local impact on people. So they worry it's coming or it's out there and we haven't experienced it yet. And so that's something to pay attention to. And I think, Kim, to your point, some of us, and I'll count myself among them, don't like how many guns are out there, period.
And we've had arrests in the last recent couple of years in Wilder with the person with bomb making materials and guns. So anyway, it's not just an isolated incident. I guess that's my point.
This, I think, though, is really, this C level is really at the heart of what we heard the most about.
Yeah, I think that's right. So this was, again, is a general concern that has a couple different flavors to it, related to people who are unhoused and struggling with substance use and mental health issues. So here's a couple of quotes that I think there were a lot of comments like this, but this really, I think, does a good job of representing the kinds of things we were hearing. So on one side, there's this concern that there's, quote here, an influx of people coming from out of state and draining our community resources. Our homeless shelters, food pantries, et cetera, should be reserved for the large unhoused population that exists in town. And then on the other side, Hartford could better support community safety and well-being by addressing the housing crisis and focusing more on equity, inclusion, and access in town actions and policies. So one of the ideas, like kind of constructs that we were playing with a little bit, was like this idea of like some people are worried that kind of the front door to town is just too wide open, and inviting anybody that wants to come in is going to stretch your resources too thin to support the people that are already here. And on the other side, a lot of people thinking like, there are people in need and we got to find ways to support people that come to us, however they come to us. So I think it's a good example of a case where it's like, it seems pretty clear that there's something to both concerns there.
Also, one thing to add is, it's unclear to me that the residents who expressed concerns on either side of this all agree on who is one of us, who is a Hartford person. I attended an event where I heard people talk about their own experience with fragile housing. Many of those people were Hartford residents. They didn't have stories of coming here for the services. They had experiences of becoming, having housing instability occur to them while they were residing here. And I'm not sure that is as well understood, that these are our people, our neighbors and friends who are relying on our community safety net. And I think that message would be helpful to continue to share for the sake of this conversation, having a little more clarity and frankly, accuracy in it.
Yeah, and then just to touch on this last point, and then I'll turn it back to you, Liz. This idea about kind of polarizing or hateful talk around town. So I think the way that we saw this coming up oftentimes is pretty well represented by a couple of these quotes. So on the one hand, people being concerned about people using slandering and hate-filled talk about the most vulnerable and needy folks in our town, and then drawing connection between the experience of that and a real legitimate concern for safety, either for themselves or vicariously for other people. People who are not accepting of opinions other than their own, hateful action and divisive discourse happening in town, which we're unfortunately seeing with some local government candidates and community members. So again, I think you're talking about national politics having local implications. I think that this is one of the places where that I think enters the conversation here.
Yeah, and actually, that phrase "hate-filled talk" was quoted on one of your Facebook pages in a commenter on our presentation. So someone posted our slides on the Facebook, people commented on it, and someone re-quoted the hate-filled talk phrase and then said, this refers to anyone whose opinion is not their own. So there's this general feeling of like, there isn't a way to have a conversation anymore. And we're really discovering the problems associated with that, and we see the problems associated with that in this community, where I came away with the sense that the conversation about the divisions is creating new divisions. That there aren't any forums, or there, no, that's not true. There are plenty of forums. There are community dinners, there are arts organizations, there are social service organizations that are working very hard to build those forums. However, there are some very well utilized public forums. This would probably be one, and your social media pages where there's a lot of back and forth, but no real conversation. And there's sort of fomenting division rather than cohesion. And that has taken on a bit of a life of its own, I'm afraid. And so I think it's going to create additional challenges when you want to navigate really difficult questions like how much money are we going to have to spend on this bridge, or how do we feel about this new shelter, or perhaps a school or affordable housing. And we really came away feeling like the most important thing for safety for Hartford is to figure out a better way to have some of those public conversations and be more inclusive and more demonstrably committed to the well-being of everyone here. And really probably to ask, how do we keep in mind everyone here as having an equal entitlement to safety and a voice, whether they showed up last year or 20 years ago. And by the way, I think there's as much, maybe not, I don't know want to quantify it. There is discrimination against the people who've been here forever as much as there is against like newcomers, you know, because there's some assumptions about what those folks think. There's just a lot of unfounded assumptions going on in the public conversation, none of which in my view is really serving public safety. So you want to go on to our, what we're suggesting here? Yeah. Let's, here's what we came away thinking would be helpful. And these are our recommendations built from your ideas. So there's a joke about consultants, which I cannot help but tell right now, which is that we borrow your watch and then we tell you what time it is. So here's what time it is in Hartford. It's time, in our view, to develop and use some tools for greater community conversations and real connection. And I don't necessarily just mean more, I mean better quality. And by better quality, I mean people have the opportunity to say what they have to say and they don't get attacked for it, even if other people don't like what it was. And then participation in some of the public safety work that's going on here. We're using the Hartford Police Department's work around a community coalition modeled on Project Vision in Rutland, which I think many of you know about. It's very exciting, and I think it has worked very well in many communities, most adjacently, I guess, we'll say Rutland. But supporting that, and I think supporting the new chiefs, maybe not so new anymore, chiefs work to reorganize and sort of do crime analysis and use some data to drive decision making. All of that we think is worthy of your support and will support public safety. Number 3, this is easy to say and really hard to do, but it would be wonderful to seek community consensus in conversations about emerging issues, as opposed to, I want to oppose a consensus conversation to one where someone makes a presentation and then questions and answers and objections are sort of noted and filed and put on record, but never really navigated. So there are tools, and some of your social service and nonprofit organizations are using them. We think they ought to be brought into the fold and relied on as subject matter experts when it comes to helping to build consensus, because going forward with a difficult project that is a big expenditure of money and resources and attention is easier when more people are behind it, and it's also likely to be more successful and less divisive. And when that works, like a couple of people told us about some of your disaster relief, whether that was COVID or flooding, when really terrible things happen, the community comes together and helps out, right? So if we're going to feed the children, we're going to make sure people have places to stay. Use that spirit when there isn't a flood or a pandemic. And let's sort of expand our understanding of how to be helpful to each other when only some, I mean, certainly when there's a flood, not everyone is equally affected, right? So we're ready to rally around those most affected. I think the same logic might apply to members of the community who are vulnerable from other types of threats, be that homelessness, being priced out of their housing on the way to homelessness, or struggling with health, mental health, or substance use disorder. So I think that it would be worthwhile to think, could we take that same spirit of community cohesion, kind of good old New England, we care for ourselves and each other spirit, and attach it to some of your work in some of these with some more vulnerable populations. And I don't say that because I'm a bleeding heart liberal, although I might be. I say that because I think that is what is necessary here for public and community safety. And that we've heard things along those lines from people. So those are our recommendations. I think you all have the report in the link. There's like 100 more pages of it. We're really happy to take your questions and your challenges and your concerns. And, you know, here or wherever else, but maybe we'll just pause there and see what people have to say.
Questions, comments, Sue?
Looking at the numbers of percentages of where answers came from, do you have a sense of how that correlated with the population of each village?
Yeah, we don't have a slide in here, but I did take a look at that, and they were proportional. You know, like White River Junction had the highest number, and is West Hartford the smallest population?
Yeah, I think
population wise,
yeah.
like under 100. The last number I could find, that was the one that had the fewest responses, and it was just sort of in sequence.
Are you asking about the type of responses?
No, I'm asking about the responses in general, because it has struck me, I've been here a while now, but how different each village is. You know,
Yes.
and so then the experiences would be different.
Yeah.
And I almost would like to see how the responses were in each village.
We can get that to you.
Yeah, that would be great.
We that's easy to get. And I think one thing I want to add is that we had to use population numbers from like the 2020 census, I think. So it's a little bit out of date, but it shouldn't be that far off.
So 318 respondents.
The survey.
That's it.
Yep.
Can I say something about that? Because obviously we're here to say things about it.
That's sad.
We came to believe that we were talking about the wrong thing. That this community safety assessment had grown out of a lot of other community conversations about racial equity, about a low barrier shelter, about spending on affordable housing. And that when it lifted up to this level of community safety, it didn't get people's attention the same way those other issues did. I'm pretty sure if we'd asked for a survey response on one of those other 3 issues I just mentioned, people would have spent a little more time on it.
We're a community, over 10,000 people.
Yeah.
And you got 318 responses.
It's not bad for a survey.
It's not actually, I mean, yeah, I'm nodding and smiling because I think I mentioned to a few of you in some other setting, we have another project going in a community of about 35,000. We've got 800 responses there. So it's proportionally less, but they're pretty psyched about it, actually. They're amazed that 800 people were willing to sit down and spend 8 minutes of their life on the survey. So I think I think the number sounds small to you because you're frustrated with engagement and it's the absence of it in many forums. It just may tell us that a survey isn't the best way to solve for that. Maybe there's other things.
Kim, then.
Yeah, I think to that point also, I've said it a few times that people are maxed out, they've got survey fatigue, particularly open-ended questions. Like it's real. Like, I mean,
Tell us how we're doing.
There's a lot of surveys going around, and it's like because people want information. And I do think, I think that given the circumstances provided, that this is a great presentation and a great product with all 100% due respect. There were some other proposals that I think we had gotten that were 4 or 5 times more expensive, that probably would have done a lot more legwork on the outreach. Like we had the expectations of the process management team. I think they also did an excellent job, but I don't know how many members of the PMT were actively like full court press, like really seeking. I sent the survey to at least 200 individuals myself and was not on the PMT. So maybe that was responsible for 75 responses or something like that. Who knows? But I guess my point is, I think even if we had gotten 3,000 responses, clearly this is pure speculation, but I think the responses would have been a similar messaging coming back to us. I could be totally wrong, but this is what we have to work with. This is a tool. Like this isn't a solution for anything. And I mean, just this afternoon, I was in a Zoom call, it was like a little alumni of the VLCT cohort with Abundant Sun, and there were some incredible community engagement resources that were shared that like, I'm super excited to embark on that. We're like not, what was the phrasing, like not just extractive engagement, but actually kind of participatory engagement in ways that seem genuinely like realistic and doable. So I'm optimistic that this is just some like baseline information that can help inform as we go forward and look at strategic visioning for the town and what kinds of things to prioritize and what's important. And anyway, I think that I really appreciate what we have and what the team and the consultants have provided.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to go back to some of the points that you were making about when you were talking about some of like reviewing like Facebook discussion forums. And I mean, I think what I'm going to comment on isn't necessarily a Hartford specific issue, but it is a large issue that I'll just characterize it as like in my short time on the board, it is a frustration for me that I think you called it like a lot of commentary, but not a lot of in-depth conversation or some contrast like that. And it is interesting to me that, the types of folks that are drawn to, putting themselves out there on Facebook and having a strong opinion or getting into a back and forth with people, or either that or the listserv would be the other major forum where this happens. It seems to have those types of discussions and forums seem to have sort of an outsized influence on the tone of discussion that we have in this room sometimes. And as someone who is not one to be engaging in those forums and who have many people in town in my community and members who I would be shocked to see jumping on a Facebook thread about whatever issue, it's just, I think that's a national problem that those types of forums can sort of foster this sort of chiming in and piling on in a way that doesn't foster a deeper in-depth conversation that makes people, have to engage with each other and grapple with hard things in a thoughtful and meaningful way. So that's just an observation that I want to say, that I don't think necessarily some of the tone of the discussions that happen in those forums are representative of a lot of people's preferred mode of communication and depth of thoughtfulness on a lot of topics. Not that there aren't important discussions that happen on those, and it is a venue where people can voice their views, but it's just sort of a general technology issue of things being kind of flattened in one note when you're online.
Yeah, and to your point, the survey has the same risk, because if you think about when you receive a survey and you're very happy with the way things are going, you're probably going to leave it in your inbox and forget about it for the next 6 months. If you're very unhappy about the thing that the survey is asking about, you're likely to answer it, unless your friend Kim asks you, please answer it anyway, right? So we got some answers because of your social capital. Thank you all who shared it. And we got some answers from people who are upset about something. And that's the nature of that kind of interaction with communities. So I absolutely agree with you. And that's, I think, what we're suggesting is, let's even find ways to offset the contagion of that tone, and also to create more back and forth in creating opportunities for people to get to know each other across difference a little bit more. Because I do think that what you have in terms of socioeconomic separation in the town may be creating pockets of even in-person exchanges where some like-minded people are coming together and not having a whole lot of interaction with others. And that may be creating, upholding some myths, is the best way to say it.
I'd like what this strikes me is like, how does the select board want to use this report going forward? Utilizing, our new communications officer position, our stated intent of having listening sessions or meetings out in the field. I think that could be important. And I've mentioned this before, but I think it was a year or two ago, the Community Coalition did some listening sessions in each of the villages about what was important to people there, what made them feel safe, And Sue mentioned things are different in the villages. I went to the one in West Hartford where I'm from, and our concern was a lack of a general store, where Route 14 goes from 50 miles an hour to 35. So it's going to be different there than it is at other places. And I'm just wondering with like all this work, you know, and the insights that you've provided us, how do we leverage that, have those conversations with, you know, because we have different things in here, you know, but sidewalks, lighting, you know, and in every village, there are going to be different concerns, and how do we really get people, at least give them the opportunity to come to us, right? You know, you get 300 some odd people responding. We could talk about the number of people who vote, you know, everything's kind of low in town, but maybe being able to publicize and at least offering that forum could be helpful, because I think we can, I'd like to see us build on the work in this, and not necessarily just say like, thanks very much for the report. When you finalize it, send it to us and we'll pack it away. So those are just some of my initial thoughts on this. Other comments or questions? Jim?
I just want to recap on what you said when we started, which is
Sure.
that, I think the tentative plan is that this is sort of an opportunity for Strategy Matters to present the preliminary report, and that we might have an opportunity to kind of let it simmer out there a little bit, and then have another session, probably in a regular select board meeting, where we come back and get more specifically public input on it. Ideally,
I think that makes sense. If we can use, you know, we do have a new communications person who can help try and get this out to everyone. I guess the question is, this is a draft, you know, is there, how do you plan to finalize it? Can you finalize it without more public input? Like, are there things we can try and do to help you in that sense?
You know, there's two answers to this. One is, it should always be a draft because things change, right? So consider this like a snapshot of what's happening right now. And I think for our part, we should probably finalize it so that, you know, it's already out there, but we can take the watermark off and let it, you know, be out there. I think that the more interesting question, not so much about the report, is, to your point, how do you use this to continue the public engagement? I would really suggest that you drop public engagement on community safety. I don't think it's interesting to people. I don't think it's what's worrying them. And I think you have a lot of very specific stuff that people do care a lot about. And bringing some of those tools that you're talking about, interactive and participatory engagement, to the specific issues, and using this as information to structure the conversation. We're going to talk about, you know, the expansion of services at the food pantry or for homeless people in the community. We know that there are lots of opinions, and all of us care about our own safety and each other's safety. So let's use what we've learned here, some of the quotes, some of the data, and say, how can we build from here to a safer community for all of us, including understanding that inclusivity and belonging is part of safety. So that, I think, would be my suggestion. So whether or not the slides and reports say final or not is far less interesting than how you use this to have a better conversation going forward and engage new voices in. And there are things you can do, like invite people who've never been to the meeting before to speak first. You know, that's great. Invite people to only speak once in the session, that sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, going along that recommendation, I really appreciate your, like, you know, candor and like this topic might not be the best way to engage people. And this is also a very large document. It's like 105 slides. So with that, I'm curious if there would be a way, either you or send it back to us to do, I mean, communications person or whoever it might be, but to make like separate, like this is one report on the issue of infrastructure concerns and safety. And this is one report on the issue of, you know, policing, and then the other major topic around, you know, folks who don't have what they need and how their needs, we are meeting their needs or not, and how people's concerns about those people in the community, something like that. I don't know whether that's you or us or a collaboration, but I feel like zeroing in on specific topics is more attention grabbing and having smaller, you know.
Yes. Yeah. We hoped that some of the community concern about the relatively small number of survey responses would have brought out a whole bunch of concerned people tonight. We're on Zoom. I see there's only 13 who zoomed in. So we were hoping to get that kind of representation tonight, and even to spark those kind of small group conversations. Hey, if you're worried about infrastructure, group A, They're worried about, you know, the criminal legal system and its constraints on how we manage safety proactively, Group B. I think there's lots of ways we can structure our findings as chapters to give you the opportunity to do that. And we'd be happy to be a resource in that. I talked to John a little bit about coming back in the fall to do one more public engagement. We're out of pocket in August, but the fall would work. And we're happy to do that. But again, I don't think that, I wouldn't recommend it on the general topic of community safety. So let's talk, you all should think about it, and John will communicate with us about it, how we might make it more specific and more tailored to what's really going on here. Because I think I think it was a well-intentioned effort to make it a more general conversation, because there were a lot of people and a lot of voices and a lot of different opinions, and you wanted to not leave any of it out. But now it's a good time to disaggregate some of it.
Do you really feel that with the current political climate that we have in America, that any town you were to do a survey in would yield different responses, particularly in an area of New England? We have such a diverse and heated political spectrum now in America, which has divided us more than anything else as of late. And I just wonder if you will get anything anywhere that's not going to be based around that national spotlight of problems, you know?
It's funny because one of the things that was really clear in the survey and in the engagements, interviews, and focus groups was that in general, people have a lot of agreement that this is a pretty good place to live and it's pretty safe. So you can start there. And actually, when we're facilitating meetings to get consensus, we always start with what people have in common. So starting with what you have in common and building from there. Hey, we have a community that feels pretty safe. Everybody feels pretty safe, right? Yep. Okay, great. Now from there, where something new is happening, it might cause some anxiety and fear. How could we, as a community of people who want to protect what's good here, address this emerging issue together? And I do think in every community, there's hope for that.
Yes, interesting also looking at the demographics that were addressed here. You know, with this one sticks right out to me. 63.4% respondents of women, 29.43% male. You know,
women are so much more willing to do a survey.
Yeah, we do find that pretty consistently. You know, we do a lot of these surveys, and that, like, the demographic spread you saw around gender and age is
Yeah,
really
I saw
pretty
that, the
typical.
age one too.
Yeah.
That
Also
and the
white
number
people.
of years living in Hartford. One living in Hartford was pretty interesting too. So yeah, some of the demographics are really interesting.
You want to like to come up and comment, please just introduce yourself.
Thank you, Michael Redmond. I work at the Upper Valley Haven here in town, and I appreciate Liz and all of your work to pull together this information and draw conclusions from it. I was especially taken with your comment of thinking about how do we create a community which is, we think about safety for everyone in that, and that's how we think and work. And I'm very anxious, because we've had opportunity to work with Chief Sheldon and Lieutenant Ebbinghausen and their approach to building that kind of community where there's a focus on that idea, recognizing that there are challenges in life and there are some people that do fall between the cracks and that have the life that they lead was without resources and confusion and can be the externalities of their being sometimes come into contact with the police as the first place to call. The chief recognizes that it's not, no crimes are being committed, but yet here's a first response, and there's ways to shape that. And I look forward to really digging into that kind of work further than we already do every day. And Lieutenant Ebbinghausen was with us at the Haven just the other day, talking about a couple of folks in the community that we're all very concerned about, and because that's what we do at the Haven, and that's what HPD does, and there's several other agencies that do that kind of work. but I am not interested in going to another session in which we break out and say, let's talk about the problem of homelessness. And I've been yelled at enough and told that I'm, a terrible person and a liar and aren't a benefit to the community and the Haven should be run out of town. I do not see the value of that kind of meeting. I see a lot of value of working with the chief and with others who want to move forward and who recognize there's problems that are here and now, and we need to keep working on and intend to do that. So that's let you know where I was coming from.
Excellent,
Thank
fair
you.
enough.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody. Scott Farnsworth, Town of Hartford. I just wanted to share a perspective of someone that's lived in town for 23 years and worked here as many years, I suppose. Working with Liz and Josh, that was pretty insightful and pretty neat also to work with some folks in town that I had no idea who they were. That was fun to come together on behalf of Hartford for the good and the safety and the well-being of Hartford, people that I had never met before. That was one of my takeaways from this. And my other takeaway, I have like three. I don't want to lose the whole aspect of when we are in crisis or when there is a concern, the townspeople of Hartford come together for one another and for the greater good of Hartford. Because we do get, we fester and we target and we pinpoint on the things that are causing itches under our skin and that we have something to say about them. But we are better than that. You hear people say, Hartford, we can do better. Well, we have all seen glimpses of that. So how do we bring that more to the forefront more often and talk about some of that? Two other things. One is, I did read in the report, we talked about the Hartford Police Department Emerging Community Coalition. I just don't want to lose sight of the fact that there is a Hartford Community Coalition. And that two reasons for that. One is that group of which the Hartford PD is a part of, and both of these fine gents are part of that. There's 20 organizations there already on behalf of the town of Hartford. So if someone did have a certain lens that they looked at the police department with, we want to be careful that it's not a Hartford Police Coalition, for instance. It feels a stronger message to me that it's a Hartford Community Coalition for which all of these caring individuals and organizations take part. Lastly, Ida just mentioned, perhaps there are three things, like if the new communications person we're bringing up could talk about this area, and this area, and this area. I don't want to lose track of what Liz said and what the survey and the numbers say. The other piece that is overarching to all of this is the divisiveness and the tone and the communication. For me, that's where we need to kick our boots off and rock and roll, because we can figure out a sidewalk, we can figure out how to get more food out there and so forth. But if we cannot communicate in a way in which people recognize that we care, sure, I can care, here's $5,000 toward that. But if my tone and my warmth and my body language stinks, doesn't matter if it's school, select board, we're all on this together. We have to be, because we've seen what happens when we're not. So I just don't want to lose sight of that particular piece about how do we learn to communicate so that everybody knows we're in this together. Thank you both.
Thank you.
Scott? Any other questions or comments before we move on to the next agenda? Thank you both very much for taking the time and for all your work on this.
Thank you. Thanks for having us tonight.
We will continue to be in touch. So
All right, very good.
All right, great. Awesome. So our next item is an update from Resilient Hartford. Matt, that's you.
Not sure if I should wait for them to.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Kyle Katz. I'm a member of the Resilient Hartford Committee. Ida is our liaison on the select board. I've been on the committee since November of last year, so I'm relatively new. And still just figuring out the work of the committee and everything involved. So to give you a brief update, I think Matt had prepared a PowerPoint.
Do you want me to, I can share that.
That would be excellent, yeah, because it provides some background for the committee and some of the projects that the committee's worked on in the past and the project we're working on right now. Excellent. So yeah, we can go to
Sorry, I'm
the
trying to
next
There we
slide.
go. Okay. The next slide. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Ken. So just a brief bit of history. Resilient Hartford was established in 2015. It's one of 6 community resilience organizations in Vermont. And the mission is to build a stronger, more cohesive and self-reliant community that is better prepared to face environmental, economic, and social challenges by engaging community members, organizations, and businesses throughout Hartford to work together. Next slide.
Oopie.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, it's in a packet like this. Hold on. Let's see
Uh-oh.
if I can rotate it. Looking at the agenda, so I don't think I can rotate it.
There's a
Oh, no.
spinny on the top left of your.
Oh, right. No, that's
Right
just to
there.
refresh the
Oh, I'm
page,
sorry.
I think. Yeah, no, that's gonna go at the beginning of the agenda.
Well, while this is loading, to give some background in prior projects in 2015, 2016, well before my time, Resilient Hartford began working on a resilience workshop where it was a week-long resilience week where they brought in speakers and I believe they held trainings. And then after that, they held yearly workshops on resilience and brought in speakers on various topics for that. Here we go.
Sideways.
That's the only one that.
I think.
Yeah, it's fine.
So more recently in 2020, Resilient Hartford began working on a food forest at Clifford Park. This project really originated in a desire to promote food security in parks and be able to create a resource that could potentially be replicated in other parks in town. And so in 2020, they decided, this area of Clifford Park, kind of the southern portion, would be ideal for that, and began working with several permaculture specialists to create the design and the layout for the food forest. You can see in this image, this is prior to the food forest planting. During Irene, the park was severely flooded, and there was a significant layer of silt that was removed, and along with it, the topsoil was removed. So there's not really much nutrients in the soil for plants to grow and be sustained. So part of the idea of the food forest is revitalizing the soil. And so here you can see this was in 2021. They were planting the first fruit trees, and in what are called guilds, which is you have maybe plums or peaches or pears, and you surround them with complementary plants. It could be yarrow, it could be sedum, plants that would grow well alongside the trees. And there you see some of the many food forest volunteers helping to loosen the soil for planting the tree guilds. And then in the southernmost portion of the park, we have the Resilient Hartford began working on the Abenaki Garden. The plans for that have since shifted, partly due to the flooding last July. it's create a lot of discussion around, well, do we really want to focus on edible foods if it'll flood and then we can't actually do anything with it? But initially the plan for part of the space was for this Abenaki garden. Here you can see they're rototilling one of the cover crop islands. We've been doing this for several years now. This summer we didn't rototill, we just used hose, and that seemed to work pretty effectively. The cover crops grow fast and they help to crowd out any weeds that would otherwise come up, and they add fertility to the soil. You can see some of the cover crop in the fall. It's a lot of it's starting to go dormant, but some of it's still lingering. Some photos of the many plants that are starting to grow in the areas where we're trying to cultivate a diversity of plants. So in the aftermath of, as I mentioned, the July 10th flood, we're still looking at doing the food forest and keeping the trees that have been planted, replacing some that have died. But we're also looking to work with the Parks and Recreation Department to enhance the riparian buffer to protect the park from future flooding. There is a fairly narrow riparian buffer between the White River and Clifford Park. And so over the next year, we'd like to be looking at ways that we can improve that buffer. And then this fall, Resilient Hartford and the Climate Action Steering Committee will begin the process of updating the Hartford Hazard Mitigation Plan. This plan needs to be updated every 5 years in order to stay effective, and it allows the town to apply for hazard mitigation grant funding and emergency relief assistance funding if there's a federally declared disaster.
Okay. I think the next slide is questions. If anyone has any questions, please.
Just a quick question. I understand from Earl Hatley that you lost a lot of trees. Is there any plan, is that part of the plan that you're not going to replace them because of what's happened before and you're concerning, you're getting a different feel for what you can do, or is that just because you haven't applied for grants or anything to replace them?
So we did this past winter. Rachel Kent, she's been working with Resilient Hartford, has been very helpful in a lot of the work that we do. And I believe Rachel's with Apple Corps. Rachel assisted Resilient Hartford in applying for a fruit tree grant. And so we haven't chosen the trees yet. I believe we'll be getting the trees in the fall.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
Thanks for the presentation.
Yes,
thank you.
very much.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, we appreciate
Thank you.
it. Great. Okay, our next item is adoption of updated emergency operations plan. We've got Chief here for that one.
Sure, everybody's wide awake for this subject.
This seems fairly straightforward. So.
Let's see, I'll go through just a little bit of a update. So I think it was last year, back in May, we signed a contract with Meridian Strategic Services to help us update our 2013 at the time emergency operations plan. So they've gone through the old document, updated it to current standards, and added a few things for us. But basically, the emergency operations plan is kind of the best described, I guess, as the framework for any kind of incident management that occurs within the town. It allows government officials, elected members that are serving roles within the town's emergency operations center to have some sort of guide to reference to allow them to work within
what is not a normal structure you work in, incident command and incident management. There's two parts to the plan. One is the basic plan that basically allows us to operate with and manage incidents within our own community, within our region, and then within the state. And then the second part of the plan is the National Incident Management System, which if federal agencies were involved, this was a large scoping incident that affected the entire United States, kind of like the pandemic that occurred. It was in that national scope, and the state operated in that as well as us. As far as new updates that you may or may not notice between the 2013 and the 2024 edition, some changes to the ICS structure, some language has changed a little bit in the structure over the time. So some just general updates occurred across the document. The biggest piece, a big takeaway that department heads were involved in is talking about what emergency response annexes do we want to specifically call out. And that was done through a risk assessment and looking at risks within our community and kind of get a little bit of a playbook in place for incidents that we think have a potential of occurring. And those are all represented in the annexes. They talk about train derailments, transportation emergencies, flood emergencies, communication emergencies, firefighting emergencies, evacuations, mass care and sheltering operations, search and rescue operations, severe weather events, safety and security, hazardous materials, public health, energy, and public information. And those are some startup guides for anybody that would be operating in those kind of situations or those kind of emergencies that might occur in the community. So the next part is we're asking you to kind of review, understand the document somewhat, adopt the document so that the next step is to start, just like you exercise to get healthier, we need to exercise the plan to make it in our memories for when these incidents do occur. So once the plan is adopted, the next steps will be us reaching out to Vermont Emergency Management, local regional training coordinator, to start designing some exercises for department heads and maybe even elected officials to participate in so we can exercise utilizing what's in the document. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Question. Sounds like this could be a helpful kind of mirror image with our upcoming hazard mitigation discussions. In other words, you've identified several things that you've got annexes for. That'd be maybe a good starting point for our hazard mitigation plan to identify what are realistic things that we should be planning for.
To develop some mitigation steps for sure. Yeah.
Questions for Scott? Kim?
Is the this co-op continuity of
operations plan.
Continuity of operations plan.
Yeah.
It basically says the select board is responsible for developing, maintaining, and exercising a co-op plan for the town. Is that part of this, or do we need to do
it? Is, and the town went through this process during COVID. During COVID, each agency developed a continuity of operations plan, and you can have a base template and you can have a specific template. So for example, when COVID was around, the fire department went through an exercise of saying, okay, if 25% of my department got COVID, how would we handle things?
Right.
Now, if 50% of the department got COVID, how would we handle things? And most critically, if we were down to 25% of an active force, how would we provide services to the community? And that's kind of how a COOP is used.
Because this references the continuity of government line of succession, and that was why I was asking you about constable earlier. Do we actually have a constable?
I think it's in statute. That's why they wrote it in there. I think Hartford's charter removed that position and it became a charter town. That's a good strike. I might be able to strike that.
It's pretty minor, I think, and I'm sure. I mean, I will be honest that I did not read every single word of this document yet. But another thing that I was curious about was in the, I think it's in one of the appendices for the vulnerabilities and find it, where they it's rated, let me see if I can, yeah, so it's in Appendix A, hazard vulnerability analysis. So like the probability of those things happening, is that just based on how often it might happen? Like,
No, I think that, let me look at that page. I remember department heads participating in several of these activities.
it's like on the Appendix B, it says probability, how likely is this event to occur? But then, anyway, I don't know that those correlate. Like, I'm just curious as to.
Oh, so that was purely a guttural exercise to different department heads.
Okay.
Based on historical knowledge of the community, active assessments, things in people's memories. That was an exercise where just seeing what do people feel the issues are greatest and what have we experienced as a community, things happening, or what do we predict is a risk. We did this at a department head meeting as well with the consultant to talk about, hey, what keeps you up at night?
Yeah.
I think was the lead into that question.
And it's another analog to the hazard mitigation planning
Yeah.
process.
Yeah.
What could happen and how to minimize the risk.
And are the color codes specific to, so this is page 83 of the document. Like, I guess I was surprised to see school incident as an only a number 1 probability, to be honest, and cyber attack only as a 2.
Yeah, so this is for us to use. So we can do this exercise in any kind of format we want.
Yeah.
So I guess we did miss is the select board in this assessment. We could easily give the same form to the 7 of you and run through the same exercise that department heads did and see what those assessments might look at. But it was purely just a threat exercise.
Okay.
Based
Yeah, I
on
mean, I don't
people's
think I need to
experiences.
change anything. I was just I was a little surprised and thought I was curious how the analysis was.
Yeah, and I don't think it played any effect on how we developed what those are, because those things, even when they were low, still have a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you guys just did a active shooter
The
exercise.
police department just finished laser up at the Korean Technology Center, and I think they're planning on another ATURC class, which is a response.
Yeah.
Later, we're trying to get it scheduled now.
Cool. Thanks.
Other questions for Scott? Otherwise, I will take a motion.
Well, I also did not read the entire new proposed emergency operations plan. And so I was mainly wondering whether, like how and whether it would hamper your efforts or scheduling to delay this vote to approve it until the next select board meeting to give us a better chance to go through it.
I don't think it does at all. I think statutorily, the town manager as the emergency management director can control most of this document anyways. I think it's just to form. Usually we get adoption from the government, the governing body of the town. But yes, I think John can have it adopted at any point.
Happy to do that if you'd like to put it back on the agenda, but I'm happy to hear for the full board.
I'm ready to move this. I'm ready to move it.
We can either vote on a motion or we can postpone it for a
I'm ready to
week.
move on this.
Have you read it?
I've read a lot of it. You gotta remember, I was on the fire department for a number of years. So I have complete faith in our emergency management staff to see after the well-being of our town.
For what it's worth, I am happy to vote to approve it, but with the condition that if I read it in the next couple weeks and have some kind of suggestion for a change, that we could vote on that. But otherwise, it would be good to delay it 2 weeks.
We get a motion in a second, we can vote on it. If it doesn't pass, we'll bring it up to the next meeting. If it does pass, then we adopt it. Thank.
I move to adopt the 2024 revision to the Town of Hartford Emergency Operations Plan.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second discussion.
I would just say that the memo says 2023. I want to change that for the minutes, but.
Oh, you know what? I did that because that's when we, yeah. Yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Is that an amendment?
No. just a discussion.
No, that's a motion.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Thank you. So that was that. Our next item is a continued discussion of listening sessions. There's a memo from Kim in the packet. Kim, I don't know if you want to give us an update on where things stand and if there's anything you need from us to get things going.
Yeah, I
Thank
mean,
you, Scott.
thank you, Scott.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Scott, sorry to call you a different name earlier. My apologies.
Call him like a lieutenant or something.
I feel terrible about that now. No, I feel terrible about that now. Yeah, we look so much alike.
Alright, so, especially in light of our, community safety assessment, discussion, I'm really excited to just try to have an informal listening session with community, and we'll be happy to assist in any like promotion of that as well. But basically, as of whatever it was, the 18th, I think I had heard from most, but not all, select board members, and the dates that all that I heard from could attend were Tuesday, September 10th in the evening for a listening session, and a strategic planning session on Sunday, September 22nd. Does that still sound okay to folks? The September 22nd, I'm gonna follow up with Prism Solutions after our session tonight, if the board decides to go forward with these. And then we'll confirm, it's likely that the time frame of that session would be either 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. or 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. And we'll provide
Sundays are not good days.
I didn't hear back from you, Lenny. Everyone else gave that one a yes.
That's because nobody else is. I won't go there.
I know, I'm in the service industry. I work every Saturday, so Sundays are better for me, but
Well,
still.
I think Sundays are supposed to be used for something else.
Well, I hope you'll be able to come for at least part of it, if not all of it. And then I did some outreach to the libraries to just look at possibilities. Queechee and Wilder were both super receptive. Seems like there's more parking opportunity at the Wilder Library. So those were both options. And then West Hartford, they can also accommodate less people. Queechee and Wilder could both do like 40 to 50 people, which I'm sure would be sufficient, more than enough. Although who knows, it would be great if we get 60 people. And the West Hartford Library can accommodate around 35 people in their community room, and both of the dates were available, but they have their last farmers market of the season on September 10th, which goes till 6:30. So in some ways it could be good because we could kind of try to tie into it and get more people there, but it also is a time like when they're breaking down the farmers market, I think that would also cause some disruption and like would mean maybe either starting later or something. So I was thinking that that might not be ideal for some reason. And then the Hartford Village Library, the only space that they have that could accommodate anything over 20 people is either upstairs or downstairs without ADA access. So they were very forthcoming about that. They mentioned that in the first 5 minutes of our conversation. So while they would love to host us, probably could only be for maybe like a strategic planning session, which still technically would need to be open to the public, but we would anticipate less public involvement. And they also said that if we did want to do something in Hartford Village at some point, we could communicate with the Cornerstone Community Center and maybe do something there instead. But I propose just for this, like we're just trying to get a couple of these on the books before the end of the calendar year, before budget season starts. So I would suggest that we, if the board's supportive, I would try to book the Wilder Library for the listening session, September 10th. And then see if anyone has any opinions on West Hartford or Queechee for the strategic planning on the 22nd.
So for the 10th, you'd recommend Wilder Library. 6?
Yeah, 6 to 7:30. And that facilitated listening session. And again, we had talked about initially doing an extended conversation around the community safety thing. But John, I mean, based on their conversation tonight, as well as some comments that John had, we're thinking about maybe changing the topic of that one to communication and tying it in with the new communication specialists, hoping they could join us and try to get a real pulse. We have, I can share if any new members don't have the Tuck community organization through H. Corey did a real basic assessment of how people like to receive their communication in Hartford. So that could be shared in advance. I mean, it's a little superficial, but it's a pretty, again, I think a pretty representative perspective. And so anyway, I guess my point is, I would also recommend that the topic for the first listening session be about communication in Hartford. What do people want to hear? What information they want? How do they want to hear about it? How can it be more participatory, that kind of thing? And ideally including our new communications, which I realize we've got a long list for them already, even though they're not hired yet.
Hopefully he's not watching.
Hopefully he is. And then the strategic planning session it'll be again a facilitated workshop with this group has done this kind of work with municipalities before, but I think we have a lot of good information with the strategy matters report, with some of the, I don't know if we'll have the end product, but probably at least a draft of the economic development chapter update of the town plan, maybe even the housing chapter update of the town plan. Like we might have some real current kind of guiding documents that could help, you know, essentially update that this document that we did in 2019 and kind of put a fresh perspective on it.
By the way, I was looking at that recently, that a lot of things have been accomplished. so
Exactly,
That's
yeah.
very encouraging.
So for the one on the 10th, at least, while it's 6, do we have majority?
Yeah,
Are you okay with that?
I am okay. My one question is about parking. Where is the parking for the Wilder Library?
I think it's like right behind.
Is it?
Oh, you know
There's
what? Am I thinking about the school? Am I thinking about the Wilder School?
Yeah, there's the school, which is like a block down. So if people are allowed to park there, but I'm not aware of any like actual parking lot for Wilder.
I just park on the road.
Yeah, there's not. So I guess we would have to, I would want to ask the school if that's an option and communicate that because there is not a parking lot.
Because I mean, I had that conversation with Kate when I was talking with her about there being better parking at Wilder, but either way, I mean, I guess I could confirm that we could use the school parking before booking that with them.
There's usually parking on the street as well, along that whole lane.
Yeah.
Because most houses have driveways, so there's not a lot of
Okay. Yeah,
So if
that
we're good for
feels
the-
like, seems like it's sufficient.
If we're good for the 10th and Wilder, I think we can agree on that. For the 22nd, I mean, I don't know, I wouldn't want to necessarily schedule something if board members can't make it, if they're interested in going. But, you know, don't have, you know, we have a limited number of times. I don't know.
I mean, I can go through the responses I got. Basically, there were 6 of 7 of us that could do the 22nd, and the 7th I did not hear back from.
Just go ahead.
Do you think you can try to make it maybe
The afternoon,
in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Would it be better to start later?
yes,
What would be your ideal time?
anything afternoon.
I can check with the consultants if we could do like 1 to 6 or something like that. Would that be
Anything afternoon time.
rest of the board sound okay with that?
Yeah, let's see if that's possible.
Okay.
I'll gladly make it if I can do it in the afternoon, but I'm not doing it on my morning.
Mhm.
Sunday morning for it.
Okay, that's totally a great compromise if we can do that. I'll check with them and
Just my one other comment about the listening session, I would love to talk a little bit more about like the framing and the title, because it really was a strong takeaway that like how we advertise, how we title an event is could really dictate the level of engagement. And I think we could make it something that sounds engaging. I don't know off the top of my head, but I like the idea of communication. But I think we could think of like a snappy framing that.
And that's what the communications director can help us with.
Right, yeah, and without, you know, trying to nurture the divisiveness, trying to touch on the fact that that is something that we're interested in having, you know, meaningful conversation about, is how do we communicate in a way that makes people feel heard, not like their ideas are getting shut down, and that there's space for differing views in a respectful forum. So that can't be the title, but
Yeah.
So this is gonna be facilitated, right?
Yeah.
Get some ideas from the facilitator of how
Yeah, I'm gonna
to advertise it.
follow up with them after this.
Yeah.
And I'll put some thought to it too, and bounce some ideas off of them, and can definitely, before we like lock it in, I can kind of just come back with one more little like snapshot of how does this sound to everybody, and we can do it that way.
Sounds good.
Okay. Thank you, Kim. All right, I think our next item, well, that kind of finishes up our agenda. Our next item is commission reports. Wayne, do you have any commission reports?
No.
Sue?
Wait a minute, I went to a historical preservation meeting that day, and they're trying to get out the Olcott Park historical something or other, and we're moving forward with Wilder Cast Flat. I can't remember. I'll write it up and put it in the. I'll give it to Lana.
Okay, thanks, Lenny.
It was
Sue,
good.
any commission reports?
The HB, what? We were there.
HRL.
Right, we had a meeting, we're in the middle of looking at revamping some things, and then we're gonna meet again, right?
Tomorrow morning.
Yes,
Great.
yes, and then I'm hitting the road, so make it short.
I just sent you an email.
Okay.
All right. I didn't any commission reports.
Oh, I don't have any.
Mary, do you have any?
Yeah, it's just coming up if you, I see if I can remember on that. H. Corey met on the 17th of July, and we talked about several things. One of which was this community safety assessment. And so you've heard that tonight. Otherwise, I don't have much more to add on that. We also discussed, I think you've heard before that Windsor County has tried to develop a chapter of the NAACP. It wasn't going anywhere. There doesn't seem to be any leadership at the top to promote that, but there is a BIPOC community in the Upper Valley that it seems like we're trying to segue into supporting that and getting some involvement with that. And I also, Pat Matilio, didn't have any information yet how those people who had signed up, we had over 150 signatures of people trying to
Like actual
membership,
membership,
people who paid for membership, and so hopefully those people will get the money back. We could use our monies in a better way at this point in time. We also discussed, and Kim can help me out on this. We discussed the looking out on all of the things.
Gender inclusivity?
Yeah, the gender inclusivity model that the high school, I understand, has, and looking at it, and Kim was gonna look into what VLCT might have to say on it, and Sarah Campbell was gonna look into another possibility of how we might tweak what the high school has, and eventually submit it to the select board for the town of Hartford. Anything else you can think of?
I mean, I would just say that, so the school district did adopt a gender inclusivity policy that is very school specific. So I think rather than tweak what I'm in process of requesting from VLCT to see if they're developing any model policy for municipalities for that, but in progress.
Mary, is that it?
Yep.
Okay, Brandon, any commission reports?
Yes, the Hartford Committee for Housing and Homelessness met on July 18th. There was some discussion of what is now being deemed a rental housing directory, or the possibility of this. One goal of the committee is to have something to present to the select board when they come for their annual report in September. So I don't want to take the wind out of their sails for that or speak out of turn, for something that the committee has not yet decided its positions on. So I'll just, I'll leave it to them to make their statements.
Sure. Brandon, Kim.
Planning Department and Town Plan Steering Committee hosted a community forum on July 16th to share some of the work that has been taking place throughout the initiative to update the economic development chapter of the town plan. The consultants from Better City shared the group's efforts toward the end goal of a strategic roadmap with defined objectives, including opportunities, specific steps, actions, and key metrics. For more details, refer to the July 16, 2024 Planning Commission meeting minutes posted in the Agenda Center on the town website.
Kim, and I have no commission reports. So we've got the consent agenda. I'll take a motion. Mary, if you would.
Sure. I move that the select board approve payroll ending 7/20/24, approve AP manifest of 7/19/2024 and 7/25/2024, and approve the meeting minutes of 7/9/24. As we've already approved select board meetings for 8/6/2024 and 8/20/24.
Mary, do I have a second? Second from Sue. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Then we have executive session. We have a list of motions here. Because we're going in for two different subjects, and there's essentially a motion we need to make for each one. So the first one would be the executive session motion to go in to discuss the legal matter.
And there are two motions that go hand in hand on that.
And there are. So anyone like to make that motion?
Make the motion.
Okay, got it.
This is number one I'm reading, right? I don't want to read the wrong thing,
We
right?
have
The
to vote
number
on
at the
both,
very
John?
top.
1 and 2, if you'd like.
Do we vote on both, or can we combine 1 and 2?
I think you can combine 1 and
Read
2.
one and then say, and that the select board go into executive
Okay.
session, just.
Okay, so I move to find that there are legal matters involving the town and premature general public knowledge would clearly place the town and or persons at a substantial disadvantage. And that the select board go into executive session to discuss two pending legal matters in which the town is involved and attorney-client communications made for the purpose of providing professional services as set forth in 1 VSA section 3133A1E and F.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
The second,
Discussion, isn't it section 313?
That's what it
section
usually is.
313.
They're both.
Okay, do we have a second? Sorry.
I did.
Mary seconded. Any discussion on that one? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, so we will go into executive session for the legal matter, and we have one for the contracts, sort of the same idea. I think you can combine 3 and 4 into one motion if someone would like to make that. Kim?
I'm gonna consult the board on whether or not I should recuse myself from that one, but I can still vote to go in.
I think you can vote to go in and
I'll let someone else make a
recuse
motion.
yourself if you're not comfortable with the topic. But,
I'll move.
okay, thanks, Mary.
Okay. I move to find that premature general public knowledge of the potential consulting contract with such would-be consultant will clearly place the town at a substantial disadvantage by disclosing its negotiation strategy. And I move that the select board go into executive session to discuss whether and on what terms to enter into a contract with a third-party consultant pursuant to 1 VSA section 313 and not 3133. A1A.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Ida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we're going to executive session.
And we'll invite the town manager for the legal discussion and town manager and Lori for the contractual discussion. Fair enough.
Yeah, sure.
Should we do the contractual one first?
We got the lawyer who's meter is running, but it's up to the board who they want to talk to first.
I think the legal one should be fairly quick, shouldn't
Yeah,
it?
I think Brian will be short with this.
Hopefully they're both quick.
Yes, sorry about that.
motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
I will take a second.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second by Mary. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, Mary, I will take a motion.
Okay. I move that the select board participate in the mediation of a pending claim before the Vermont Attorney General's office against the town of Hartford. And that select board chair, Mike White, be authorized to attend and participate in the mediation together with the town manager and the town's legal counsel.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
A second from Brandon. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay, I'll take another motion.
Okay, I move that the select board participate in a mediation of a pending claim in the Vermont Human Rights Commission against the town of Hartford, and that select board member Sue Buckles be authorized to attend and participate in the mediation together with the town manager and the town's legal counsel.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second from Ida. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Okay, I'll take a motion to adjourn. So Laney moved. I'll take a second.
Second.
From Sue. Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Signatures are always welcome on the payroll stuff.
This was a long meeting, so
Do I need
hopefully
to
the
do
next one
anything
will
more
be.
for you?
No.
Okay,
That's it.
because I put times and everything, so you.
Hopefully this.
Okay.
When you weren't
I-
here.
I know.